morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to A Closer Look Presents Budget 2025. I'm Aravina Apia. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. We are coming to you live from Rawson Square, where in just a few minutes, Prime Minister the Honorable Philip Davis and his cabinet will enter the House of Assembly, at which time he will present his official budget communication for the fiscal year 2025-2026. This year's theme, Expanding Opportunities Island by Island. It sets the tone for this administration's fiscal agenda, covering everything from agriculture to energy and housing to healthcare. Joining me now on set is my co-host for the day, April Sands. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be here.
It is such an exciting day. It's budget day. Rawson Square is already beginning to teem with people. I know everyone is really excited, waiting with bated breath to sort of see what Prime Minister Davis is going to say in his official communication. And this is really significant because this is the first time in our nation's history that we are getting a balanced budget, which is a very big deal. It comes at a time when Bahamians are really paying attention. They want to know how the government is spending taxpayer dollars, and they want to know how they're going to benefit, how they'll be impacted. So it's a really, really interesting time, and I think that is something I know our audience is definitely looking for. Going into the budget, any predictions, anything that you are personally looking forward to hearing?
Yeah, you know what? This year's budget is already starting with a very bold theme. That theme of expanding opportunity from island to island, I feel like sets the premise for what we're probably going to see. And then we know that, of course, just a few weeks ago, that heads of agreement signing, that redevelopment of Grand Lukai and Grand Bahama, that speaks volumes to maybe what we can see. Is there going to be more economic opportunity for family islands, for those persons who may feel skeptical or frustrated throughout the years? This budget, I believe, is going to be for them. So I'm excited about that.
I know the creative community is already very excited as well. We've heard even before the budget, Prime Minister talking about the potential monetization of creative content. So I know the creatives are going to be listening. I know they are going to be very excited to see what actually ends up in the budget. So a lot of interesting perspectives for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, April will be our roving correspondent over the course of today, talking to different people, getting the inside scoop. I'm really excited to see who you end up talking to and what you're able to share with us over the course of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, stay with us, engage in the comments, and get ready because we're about to break down all of the finer details of the Prime Minister's 2025-2026 budget communication and what that means for you. Stay tuned. A Closer Look Presents is back right after this.
I remember from grade 7, Big Brother can't even count. Firstly, I changed. I wear socks now. Therefore, I want you to hear me out as to why I think you need to understand the budget. You ever know what happened to your money? What is the budget? In one sentence, that's all the money that the government have to spend and what they spend it on. But I see you in the dock, round with the lawyers, and they dropping these big words on you. That's because they trying to confuse you. To understand the budget, you really only need to understand 3 things. How much money we have, or we think we have, what you want to spend the money on, and what's the most important thing to spend the money on. Revenue is whatever money the government make. So like hotel taxes, the VAT that you pay on the noodles, the customs you're supposed to pay on your jockey, but you lie on the wife and say, these jockeys ain't new, these my old jockey. And the custom officer know you lying, but the line long, and he ain't trying to row with no big man over no jockey. All of that is revenue. Revenue is important because you have to have money to spend money. Doctors, police, teacher, roadman, the government got to pay all of them, but that's just the labor. All those people need tools and supplies, and the buildings that they in need to get repaired or expand, but money got to spend. And that's expenditure. But it's the thing, it's only so much revenue and everybody got ideas. See, some things can make us more money, while some things can save us money. And then some things you just have to do because it's the right thing to do. We got to figure out what the priority is. See, now you want to see a pitch. All right, so let me give you an example. Like in my house, right? I can either buy the expensive scented candles, but then I don't have enough money to pay BPL. So now I need more candles because my power off. Or I buy some cheap candles, put something on the light bill. Now I don't need to use the candles because why? My light ain't off. That's basically it. I mean, also there's like deficit and debt. So like, If you needed to spend more money than you just make, that's a deficit because you're deficient. But you need things. You never short like 50 cents in the food store and ask the person behind you for quarter. You got a deficit. And then you had to borrow them 2 quarters and now you owe that person. So you was in debt, but you had to do it for the groceries. Sometimes the government is do that too. But unlike you who never paid that man back his 50 cents, the government is have to pay the money back what they owe. And that's everything you need to know to understand the budget. But if you don't remember nothing else, just remember, stop lying about your jockey, babe. Pay the tax on your jockey, big bro. Everybody want to be rich, but no one want to gain a master's degree from the Reds Father Ninja School of Economics. That's me, Ice Reds. Now some of you at home right now saying, him? I remember him from grade 7, big brother can't even count. Firstly, I changed. I wear socks now. Therefore, I want you to hear me out as to why I think you need to understand the budget. You don't know what happened to your money? What is the budget? In one sentence, that's all the money that the government have to spend and what they spend it on. But I see you in the dark, round with the lawyers, and they dropping these big words on you. That's because they trying to confuse you. To understand the budget, you really only need to understand 3 things. How much money we have, or we think we have, what you want to spend the money on, and what's the most important thing to spend the money on. Revenue is whatever money the government make. So like hotel taxes, the VAT that you pay on the noodles, the customs you're supposed to pay on your jockey, but you lie on the wife and say, these jockeys ain't new. These my old jockey. And the custom officer know you lying, but the line long and he ain't trying to row with no big man over no jockey. All of that is revenue. Revenue is important because you have to have money to spend money. Doctors, police, teacher, roadman, the government got to pay all of them, but that's just the labor. All those people need tools and supplies, and the buildings that they in need to get repaired or expand. But money got to spend, and that's expenditure. But it's the thing, it's only so much revenue and everybody got ideas. See, some things can make us more money, while some things can save us money. And then some things you just have to do because it's the right thing to do. We got to figure out what the priorities is. See, now you on the same page. All right, so let me give you an example. Like in my house, right? I can either buy the expensive scented candles, but then I don't have enough money to pay BPL. So now I need more candles because my power off. Or I buy some cheap candles, put something on the light bill. Now I don't need to use the candles because why? My light ain't off. That's basically it. I mean, also there's like deficit and debt. So like, if you needed to spend more money than you just make, that's a deficit because you're deficient. But you need things. You never short like 50 cents in the food store and ask the person behind you for quarter. You got a deficit. And then you had to borrow them 2 quarters and now you owe that person. So you was in debt, but you had to do it for the groceries. Sometimes the government is do that too. But unlike you who never paid that man back his 50 cents, the government is have to pay the money back what they owe. And that's everything you need to know to understand the budget. But if you don't remember nothing else, just remember, stop lying about your jockey, babe. Pay the tax on your jockey, big bro.
For this year's budget, I would absolutely say focus is needed on healthcare, particularly in the Family Islands.
I think that healthcare would be the main issue that the government should address within this budget, because especially simple as going into PMH, there are a lot of things with the naked eye that you can't see that needs upgrading.
The number one issue I'd like to see them address in the budget this year is the cost of living.
Definitely wages for Bahamians from all walks of life.
Definitely social service. Are we going to neglect the homeless individuals, or are we going to have a budget for the homeless, those that don't have homes, you know, those type of cases?
One of the things will be definitely trying to get the younger entrepreneurs that are involved in the tourism industry, saying that tourism is our number one business, more involved, whereas they're seeing the benefits of the increase in tourist arrivals to the country.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow a closer look on our social media platforms.
A lot of kids are not basically educationally inclined, academically inclined, I should say. So we want to get more programs whereas they can use whatever skills and talents they have to become more fruitful citizens and have an impact on not only their peers, but the future of this country.
We could put more focus on NHI rather than having just regular visits, maybe more in-depth visits dealing with specialty areas with the NHI. So if you have cancer, maybe you could get more funding for cancer, the major issues.
More focus should be placed on the Family Islands that don't have as much resources, doctors, nurses. I think that focus should be placed on placing doctors and nurses there, and also even building structures that can, essentially better the healthcare system on the Family Islands.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow a closer look on our social media.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Budget 2025. I'm Arabina Apia, coming to you live from the iconic Rawson Square, just steps away from the House of Assembly. Prime Minister the Honorable Philip Davis is expected to lay out his administration's fiscal plan for the next year. Joining me now are two local business people who I know are very excited about all of the plans that I'm sure this government is about to unveil. So we're here with Mr. Nico Storr, who is the owner of Joe Beef Limited, and Dr. Sophia Roll, who is the owner of the Via Jamela Art House and Gallery. I hope I said that correctly.
Not really, but
No. Please correct me.
it's the Via Hamea. The
Hamea.
G is pronounced as an H.
Wonderful. Very
Hamea.
fancy, doctor. Very fancy. So welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here. As business owners in this economy, how are you feeling about what we are about to hear? Any predictions, anything specific that you as business owners are looking to hear?
Okay, so thank you very much for having me. First of all, I am the owner, the resident artist for the Via Hamea Art House and Gallery. I am very, very excited about this year's budget because from what I've heard, just snippets of what I've heard, there's going to be some focus on entrepreneurs, some focus on investment, and I'm hoping that is not only international investment, but certainly investment for local entrepreneurs and small business persons like myself. And so I'm excited to hear the rollout of exactly what is the content of the budget.
Nico?
Yes, absolutely. Like she just said, well, thank you for having me as well. We are definitely excited to hear exactly what the budget has to speak on when it comes to entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship helps me and my business, and we're just excited to hear how it can help other young Bahamians.
Well, I think Dr. Sophia's business is pretty obvious, but tell us a little bit about what Joe Brief is and what you do.
So, Job Brief is an online recruitment website, whereas we help qualified candidates match with employers. So if you're looking for someone in particular, we screen them, recruit them, and hand them off to you. So the only thing that you would have to do is hire them.
That's a very timely business idea. So give us an idea of some of the, I guess, opportunities that you have already been able to take advantage of. I know you both spoke to the excitement that you feel about the possibility of even more things coming on stream for entrepreneurs. I know that you are both clients of the SBDC. What was that experience like working with the team at SBDC? How has that impacted your business and what you guys are trying to do?
I would say that it was a great experience, right? From start to finish, the process was seamless. Once you're someone who has all your ducks in a row, your business plan, it's fully fleshed out, you know exactly what you're doing. They do a great job with screening you, asking you the difficult questions. But once you get past all of that and you're actually in it, they did a great job following up with us. So they gave us a dedicated person where every month we'd have a touch point and we could bring things to them and say, hey, we're having this problem, can you help us figure that out? So they stayed in touch with us even after we got the grant.
For me, for the gallery, I'm a fairly new gallery. In fact, this month, I've been able to celebrate 5 years in this space.
Congratulations.
Which is at number 2 Bay Street, Margaritaville at the Point. What the SBDC did for me was to add some visibility to my business, beside, of course, the funding that they contributed at the time, and certainly the programming that we were exposed to as entrepreneurs in that particular class that I took. But they've been constantly following up and allowing me, or rather assisting me in some regards with just visibility of the business. And I encourage the Bahamian population to really come and check out my gallery because, again, I am the resident artist there. And so everything in my gallery, I'm very proud to say, I have produced with my own hands. And so it's uniquely Bahamian, it's authentic, and I encourage folks to come in and see what I have. I have a wonderful Independence line coming up, so please feel free to come on in.
Awesome. Well, that's so good to hear. And you two are in very different fields, obviously, but it's wonderful to see so many Bahamians taking advantage of the entrepreneurial opportunities that are available. So I'm very interested to see what the Prime Minister has in store for you guys. I know you guys are as well. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you taking the time. And you know, maybe we'll be able to have you back. I definitely want to come and visit the gallery in the art house so I can see, because Independence is
right
coming.
there on Best Bay Street.
Absolutely.
Across
well, I
from
believe that our roving correspondent April Sands. I believe our roving correspondent April Sands has someone with us. However, we're going to take a break, so stay tuned because A Closer Look presents Budget 2025. We'll be back in just a moment.
I don't think that it's a black and white question. I believe that the government has its reasons for spending money the way that it does, and I believe that as long as they are transparent, then we should be okay.
Most definitely. I have absolutely no problem the way they're spending the public's money once they do it and we feel it. See, now if they're spending it and it's not affecting us, then I'll have a problem.
If you can account for why you're spending, what you're spending, and people want to see the result of what it is that you said you spent.
I think that there are many places that money can be allocated more than others.
If we can see what's really, really being done with the money that's being spent, we'll be okay.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow A Closer Look.
Some
on
years
social
ago,
media.
I benefited from an entrepreneurship grant with small business development.
I've benefited from a government opportunity. I had a contract, 1 or 2 contracts, you know.
Actually, a lot of Bahamian students actually benefit from a grant, especially within UB. I would have had a point myself.
Most definitely, I feel that the government should contribute more to the entrepreneurship department, the small business development.
I think we need more funding in areas, especially with now, you know, content creation is such a great factor.
If they really come through on monetization for social media, I think a lot of Bahamians' lives would be changed.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on all social media platforms.
I understand that the budget is in place so we can know where money would be allocated to assist different departments within the Bahamas.
Well, the budget is to allocate funds for the different department heads. That's what the budget is about.
Yeah, I know what the budget is. The budget is just for the government to continue to run the country.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on all social media platforms.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our live coverage of Budget 2025. Our roving correspondent, April Sands, has her first guest. April, can you tell us, how's it going down there on the ground?
It's going really good, Arabina. You won't believe I actually have a young entrepreneur here with me speaking on that topic of things that we want to hear from the Prime Minister speak to today is entrepreneurship, but specifically young entrepreneurs. And guess what? We have a 23-year-old who's been in business for the past 2 years. Let's find out, how has it been for you to be in business at such a young age?
Well, I must say, first off, I have to thank the Bahamian people for sure, because they're the ones that make the business successful, right? They're the people that call us and say, hey, we want to use your company, perhaps sometimes even over a foreign company. You know, they decide to stay local and go with their Bahamians.
Tell us about the name of your business and what you do.
Well, the name of the company is SafePoint Specialists. It's a security technology company. So we do things like alarms, cameras, solar cameras, and solar lights.
Awesome. Now, today is a very important day for business entrepreneurs like yourself. What are you looking forward to from hearing as it relates to the Prime Minister Day for entrepreneurs?
Yeah, today's a big day. You're absolutely correct. We're discussing the budget. You know, that's a big thing. So one of the things that I would like for us to really focus on is security, right? By all means, it's been an issue, certainly, you know, of all time, I would say, and a budget increase in that area would definitely help to at least neutralize some of the problems in that area. So definitely security.
Absolutely. And of course, there are other young entrepreneurs like yourself. I'm sure you have friends even who are trying to go into business. What would you tell them when coming into business as a young Bahamian?
Well, I'll tell them to stay focused, and I'll tell them to have self-belief. There's so many things. We're in the Bahamas, right? As you can see, we have that big cruise ship in the back of us making that noise, right? That's the sound of money, really. That's the sound of a booming economy, right? And so that blends well with tourism. There's many spectrums that you can take. I took security. One of my friends, she is a florist. She likes flowers. She sells flowers. There's many different avenues. I would say in your early years, rather, to start looking into some things that would benefit you in the future.
I think it's so commendable to have someone like yourself here with us. And of course, we are looking forward to hearing more about what the Prime Minister has to now say about entrepreneurs. And of course, those entrepreneurs being as young as yourself, or maybe even under the age of 35. That's really going to be the topic of, I think, real intent there. So looking forward to hearing those sorts of new, maybe even tax cuts, maybe more tax breaks. That's the sort of thing that I know we're going to be looking forward to most, because there's so many young persons, as you spoke to, kind of more interested in what I can do. I know that we have the monetization of YouTube now approaching, and those are the things we're looking forward to, and hopefully even more talks with TikTok monetizing itself, because we know that there's that creative market coming up in those sorts of persons. So those are areas that I hope that we can really focus in on, because I think it will speak volumes to how attentive this government is and will be towards, of course, young people. I'm really excited also about hearing about what you kind of spoke to earlier with the SBDC movement and what that will mean. Will we see training? Will we see more international opportunities for young people? I think that's going to be really fascinating, but of course that is really going to be the top at least areas of my focus, and I know for you. So those are areas that I know we're going to really enjoy, and of course love to hear from the Prime Minister. Can you speak to maybe how So, of course, we're here live, still on location of Parliament Square. We are awaiting the Prime Minister to speak for that communication and the budget. There are so many Bahamians that are looking forward to hearing more about energy reform, hearing about the cost of living. Where will we start to reduce in those areas? But, of course, now we are going to throw it back to Arabina so that way we can hear more about what the persons on the ground are saying. Here we go.
Thanks so much, April. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching our live coverage, a Closer Look's live coverage from Rawson Square. We are here on set with Mr. Ivan Ingram. Now, Mr. Ingram, you've seen budgets come and go. This is the first time that we are getting a balanced budget. What does that mean to you as someone who has followed governance in this country, has followed the way that government spending has gone over many years?
Well, what is so significant about this budget is there's something in it for everyone. And, there's been much talk about spending and overspending. There's been serious fiscal management. And what it shows that the Prime Minister has his hand on the till, and he's guiding us through. Sometimes some things seem to go off course a bit, and there's difficulties, but he's been very prudent. And what he did, and regardless of what is said, the Bahamian people will be very satisfied with this budget.
I know that leading up to this current budget communication, the government has been in the process of, introducing a number of new initiatives in terms of what is available to young people, what is available in healthcare, what is available in, all of these very important areas that Bahamians are concerned about. From your perspective, what have people been saying to you about what they want to hear from the upcoming budget?
Well, a lot of people are concerned about the price of food and and the price of energy. And the government has addressed those because there's been considerable amount of effort made into bringing down the cost of energy. There's no one in the Bahamas who wants to be honest, who can say that their power bill is not less. I went to pay for my light bill the other day, and I went back to my friend in the back, one of the managers, to ask. I said, okay, before I leave, I want to make sure that this is the right
correct.
bill because I don't want to turn my light off. And so she showed me on the screen how my light bill has been progressively less over the last few months. And so no one, no honest person, even the politicians cannot find anything negative about this, even though they are trying to confuse people and to also make people think that it is not reaching them. But as far as education is concerned and training, there's been considerable amount of effort and work put into BTVI and other institutes that help to train young people. The young people are going to be given a better opportunity to survive now than they've ever had before because the government is paying strict attention. Of course, we could talk about the National Training Agency and we could talk about the new the police the new program that they have that helps young people to start off and start their training. The youth guard I'm talking about.
Youth guard, yes.
Start their training and become proficient and first responders.
Yeah.
And even if they don't work in government, I understand that there are people in the Family Island, there are businesses in the Family Island, there are resorts in the Family Island that are hiring them to be lifeguards and other things. And there's a lot of them. Okay, I went to the last graduation exercise. It was amazing how many people who were there who had nothing to do with government or the youth guard who were there to talk and to talk about the potentials of the program.
Let's talk about the theme of this year's budget. It's expanding opportunities island by island, right? I think that is such a powerful theme when you think about it because, you know, we do have a tendency to be a little Nassau-centric, so it is wonderful to hear that the government is looking at what is happening in every single island, every single inhabited island of the Bahamas. In terms of what Family Islanders should be listening for, from your perspective, what are some of the things that you know they should be listening for in the Prime Minister's communication today?
Well, when you say island by island, you hit me because I'm a Cat Islander. I was born in Cat Island.
Man, I grew up,
Orange Creek.
climbing
Yes.
Como Hill.
Yes. And so that strikes to me because I'm in the process now of going back home. And the significance of it is the health care on the Family Islands is being given great attention. That's good because there's any number of persons who have serious problems and have to get to Nassau. You're already sick, then you have to get to Nassau to be seen. And you may not have that much time left as far as getting your healthcare situation addressed. So healthcare on the Family Islands is a big plus. And the fact that all those airports are being done is going to invite new business, traffic, tourists coming into the islands. And so the islands, each island is being given special attention. I noticed recently Meg Warner is getting ready to complete their airport. Now, who would have think that Meg Warner, as far flung as Meg Warner and Inagua, that they were getting attention, and they are getting attention. And it was pleasing to me to see that the Prime Minister is very meticulous and very deliberate. Every family island will be touched, and the majority of the Bahamas would enjoy this government, and you won't hear any more only Nassau-centric. I hate that Nassau-centric thing. All the Family Islands are all Bahamians, and they all should be experiencing the same thing.
Absolutely. You mentioned something, and I think one of the things that is particularly important is this idea, again, that every island is going to be impacted, right? But it is only effective, the work of the government, the initiatives that are being introduced, it is only effective if Bahamians are actually prepared to take advantage of the opportunities that are being created. Do you have any advice for our watching audience in terms of how they must ready themselves for the potential opportunities, how they can avail themselves of all the different opportunities that we expect the Prime Minister to announce today in his communication?
Well, Bahamians should not, actually I don't think they can complain because the Prime Minister is laying it out very carefully for all Bahamians who are serious about progressing. Now, you can say many things about many of us and inconsistencies and inadequacies and all these other things. But the groundwork is laid that if you want to succeed in the Bahamas, there's no excuse. The Prime Minister is making it easy This is the easiest it has been for Bahamians to go out there and make something of themselves. There's many avenues. There's, as I said earlier, BTVI, there's many other areas. But you can go and get what you need. And the Prime Minister is making that easy for you to go and achieve these things so you can better your condition. There's no excuse.
Absolutely. Well, I'm a Grand Bahama girl, so I know.
I know.
You know, I have to plug Grand Bahama as well, ladies and gentlemen. We recently heard about the redevelopment of the Grand Lucayan Resort and what that is intended to do. You know, are you anticipating in this budget additional announcements? You mentioned some of the, you know, the Family Island initiatives that are being introduced. Are you anticipating any additional major announcements to come out in the near future? Any predictions?
Well, I'm going to have to borrow some of Grand Bahama from you because in 1971 I was the air traffic controller in West End, and I worked as a controller at Bahama Cement, and I had a restaurant in Williamstown called Travelers Rest.
Oh.
So now I have more Grand Bahama in me than you. And I was there when the city was magic.
When it was magical.
Yes.
I know. I grew up in a time, I always tell people, I grew up where, you know, you could walk through the International Bazaar. The Port Lucaia Marketplace was always teeming with people. And,
that's right.
You know,
Yeah,
and
always crowded.
it's an exciting possibility that we get to have that back again.
Mm-hmm. Well, it was truly magical then. But to answer your first question, Grand Bahama was ailing for a long time, and we could point fingers who did and who didn't do. But the reality is, the deal that was struck, I became emotional because I know what was lacking in Grand Bahama. And Grand Bahama needed an injection. And they got infusion intravenously as far as the new announcements for Grand Lucaia. I can see Freeport coming back to itself once the people in Grand Bahama buy into it, you know, because I don't know about the Grand Bahamians and how serious they are about wanting it for themselves. But the necessary groundwork is being laid as we speak. You asked me about any further announcement. I won't go ahead of myself, but Grand Bahama should expect an explosion of activity coming soon.
Ms. Ingram, I want to thank you so much for joining me here on set. You've been a breath of fresh air so far this morning. Thank you so much for
You're
being
welcome.
here.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have more live coverage right here in Rawson Square as we take a look at the upcoming Budget 2025. Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Davis, expected to give his official contribution in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. We have more in just a few.
For this year's budget, I would absolutely say focus is needed on healthcare, particularly in the Family Islands.
I think that healthcare would be the main issue that the government should address within this budget, because especially simple as going into PMH, there are a lot of things with the naked eye that you can't see that needs upgrading.
The number one issue I'd like to see them address in the budget this year is the cost of living.
Definitely wages for Bahamians from all walks of life.
Definitely social service. Are we going to neglect the homeless individuals, or are we going to have a budget for the homeless, those that don't have homes, you know, those type of cases?
One of the things will be definitely trying to get the younger entrepreneurs that are involved in the tourism industry, saying that tourism is our number one business, more involved, whereas they're seeing the benefits of the increase in tourist arrivals to the country.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
A lot of kids are not basically educationally inclined, academically inclined, I should say. So we want to get more programs whereas they can use whatever skills and talents they have to become more fruitful citizens and have an impact on not only their peers, but the future of this country.
We could put more focus on NHI rather than having just regular visits, maybe more in-depth visits dealing with specialty areas with the NHI. So if you have cancer, maybe you could get more funding for cancer, the major issues.
More focus should be placed on the family islands that don't have as much resources, doctors, nurses. I think that focus should be placed on placing doctors and nurses there, and also even building structures that can, essentially better the healthcare system on the family islands.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
But the only problem I have with them is they're too secretive. You have to let the people know, but look here, I spent this $300,000 on this, and this is why I spent this $300,000. I don't want to get in the news or see the newspaper and the Prime Minister says wait and see. You know what I mean? That's not a good thing. That's all they need to do.
As much as possible, they let us as citizens know exactly what's going on and somehow allow the Bahamian citizens to have an input on how the budget should be spent. I think that'll definitely get the Bahamians more involved from place, whereas when things are happening in the country, they become more part of it, and there's a mutual understanding in a marriage. So when things happen, there's no surprise. Bahamians know they know what's going on, they know how it's going to happen, they know how much basically it's going to cost, and and each person now has a personal stake and investment on what's going to happen.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
I don't think that it's a black and white question. I believe that the government has its reasons for spending money the way that it does, and I believe that as long as they are transparent, then we should be okay.
Most definitely. I have absolutely no problem the way they're spending the public's money once they do it and we feel it. See, now if they're spending it and it's not affecting us, then I'll have a problem.
If you can account for why you're spending, what you're spending, and people want to see the result of what it is that you said you spent.
I think that there are many places that money can be allocated more than others.
If we can see what's really, really being done with the money that's being spent, we'll be okay.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
Good morning, everyone. You're watching A Closer Look presents our live coverage of Budget 2025. Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. We hope that you've been enjoying our broadcast so far this morning. We are here live in Rawson Square, where in just a few minutes, the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas will give his official budget presentation. And we've been talking to a number of interesting individuals about their predictions of what they can expect to hear. And joining me now on set is the Director of Youth, Sandina Neely. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely.
Good to be here.
Absolutely. We always have these conversations about, the next generation. As the Director of Youth, what are you hoping to hear that is going to set our young people up for success in the years to come?
One of the buzzwords this year is inclusion. And so we are looking forward to seeing a budget that includes our young people in a meaningful way. We're looking forward to meaningful engagement and for more opportunities to be able to reach young people on every single island.
Absolutely. Now, what does that look like? What does inclusion really look like across the country?
So, just to zero in on inclusion, one example I can give of inclusion, our Be Inspired program that we are so proud of. This year we were able to partner with the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, and for our Be Inspired program for 2025, we had a number of persons from the disabled community who were able to access small and micro grants to be able to beef up their small and medium-sized businesses, whether it's a new business, an existing business. We were able to support them, and including every island, because we were able to have persons from all family islands be able to join in, because it's a totally virtual platform for Be Inspired moving forward.
Absolutely, that's wonderful. I know earlier in the show we were talking to a young entrepreneur as young as 23. You have more and more young people venturing into business and being supported by this administration through, the Department of Youth, the SBDC. How does that make you feel to see young people really, making a move to step up and make their presence felt as we, move forward in our national development?
So if we can find any positives that came out of COVID, it's the fact that our young people especially became entrepreneurs en masse. And so we are so proud of our young people for, finding the creativity, finding the ingenuity to be able to engineer their own success, to engineer their own future. And when you have an administration that comes around our young people and that provides capital and provides funding for them to be able to live out their dreams and to dream again and to, find purpose, that's, extremely rewarding.
I love the idea of, what you said, engineering your success, right? Because success is not guaranteed for everyone, and there's a lot of work that goes into it. And because of your position, I know you deal with young people sort of at every level, And so what have young people been saying to you about, what they want, what those dreams are, what they envision the Bahamas of, the future being?
So young people from yesteryear, me and your age, Rabs, we would have always said that we want someone to give us a seat at the table. Our generation of young people, the young people that we're serving, they have created their seats at the table.
Absolutely.
And so they're not just sitting on the outside looking in. They're not peeking or window shopping anymore. And so we're happy to have them, whether they've built their seats at the table or whether, we have invited them to our tables and to tables of, decision-making processes. We see that young people, even through our National Youth Parliament, have the inclusion, they have the voice, they have the meaningful engagement that we've all been fighting for so many years. And so we're so proud to see all of the good things that are happening.
I love that you mentioned the National Youth Parliament because, the Youth Parliament exists. You now have the Youth Guard that exists. There are opportunities for young people. From where you sit, are young people taking enough advantage? Like, are they invested in the initiatives that are being presented to them? What are some of the concerns or challenges that you've seen, raised by young people, and how are we navigating those challenges?
Right. So we're always, fighting the challenge or the issue of our programs being Nassau-centric. I'm sure that persons who are watching from every family island knows exactly what I'm talking about. So through the theme of this budget communication, we can see that we're focusing on island by island. And so it is our mantra at the Division of Youth and the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture at large to be able to go into these islands and to see what our young people's needs are through even the National Youth Policy that I'm sure, we'll get to focus on and talk about at length, in the future. But through the National Youth Policy, we're going to be touching and concerning every island to see to get the pulse on our young people and to see what their specific issues are.
Okay, well, I think in these final moments with you, what advice do you now have? You've talked about the policies, the initiatives. What advice do you have to young people who are, I'm sure, attentively waiting to hear what the Prime Minister has to say? What advice do you have for them, going into the budget communication and coming out of the budget communication?
So we want to encourage our young people, as always, to use their voices and to use their voices wisely. So embrace all of the platforms. Take a look at the budget. Give your thoughts. Give us a call. Let us know what your thoughts are on the budget, and let's move forward together.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that the Prime Minister and his cabinet are headed to the floor of Parliament, so we take you to live footage of that. Again, our nation's leader is expected to make his budget contribution, which will kick off a series of different debates before it is officially debated and passed on to the Senate. But today, Bahamians are waiting with bated breath to hear the government's fiscal plans, and I know there will be lots of conversation happening throughout the day. We ask you to engage here as well. Be in tune with our conversation. Sound off in the comments. Let us know your predictions. Let us know if you have concerns and even your official wish list for budget 2025. Do stay tuned. I believe, again, Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Davis, and his cabinet are preparing to make their way to the floor of the House of Assembly. The iconic red briefcase is in hand, ladies and gentlemen. I see my media colleagues right now, taking their positions around the cabinet complement. Local officers are also there, and we can expect in just a few moments that the Prime Minister is going to give his official budget communication. It is the fiscal plan for his administration over the next year, the next fiscal year, 2025, 2026. And we've heard from a number of people who have given their predictions, but who have also indicated what their wish lists are. You heard just a few moments ago from the Director of Youth, who, talked about the inclusion of young people at every level and across every island, which is going to be so, so important as we move toward the Bahamas of the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you continue to stay tuned to our live coverage from Rawson Square. The Prime Minister and his cabinet are in fact making their way across the street in Rawson Square and are headed into the House of Assembly. In just a few moments, you will continue to hear live coverage from inside the House as we continue our live coverage here. We will continue to provide insights. We'll be listening very closely to what the Prime Minister has to say. I will be looking to see if any of our predictions have come true. I know you will as well. Ladies and gentlemen, sound off in our comment section. Let us know what you are most excited about hearing. We've heard from a number of individuals so far, specifically from the business community, entrepreneurs, persons who are looking for even greater opportunities. And it's not just a Nassau-centric focus, as you've heard so far. It is really about touching every single island, every single inhabited island, and making sure that we are able to impact Bahamians where they are and give them the opportunities to set them up for success in a 22nd century Bahamas. We're moving toward a new era of technology, and that is going to require a lot of training. That is going to require new mindsets. That is going to require so much effort on the part of people, in addition to the work that the government is doing. So while we're here, ladies and gentlemen, I want to encourage Bahamians who are watching or who will, engage in these budget conversations over the next several weeks to really think about what opportunities you yourself can take advantage of as we move toward this new era of Bahamian life. What opportunities, what gaps can you fill in terms of business? What training opportunities can you take advantage of? Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from Rawson Square. As you can probably see, the crowd has cleared a little bit as the Prime Minister and his cabinet have actually entered the House. And so in just a few minutes, we will continue to hear, we will get live coverage from inside the House of Assembly, and you will hear firsthand what the Prime Minister has to say. And it is going to be obviously a very interesting conversation starter for Bahamians everywhere. I hope that you are enjoying our broadcast so far. Ladies and gentlemen, we will come back with more live coverage from Rawson Square right here for Budget 2025.
I don't think that it's a black and white question. I believe that the government has its reasons for spending money the way that it does. And I believe that as long as they are transparent, then we should be okay.
Most definitely. I have absolutely no problem the way they're spending the public's money. But then we feel it. See, now if they're spending it and it's not affecting us, then I'll have a problem.
If you can account for why you're spending, what you're spending, and people want to see the result of what it is that you said you spend.
I think that there are many places that money can be allocated more than others.
If we can see what's really, really being done with the money that's being spent, we'll be okay.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
Some years ago, I benefited from an entrepreneurship grant with small business development.
I've benefited from a government opportunity. I had a contract, 1 or 2 contracts,
Actually, a lot of Bahamian students actually benefit from a grant, especially within UV. I would have at a point myself.
Most definitely, I feel that the government should contribute more to the entrepreneurship department, the small business development.
I think we need more funding in areas, especially with now, content creation is such a great factor.
If they really come through on monetization for social media, I think a lot of Bahamians' lives would be changed.
For more information on the budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
I understand that the budget is in place so we can know where money would be allocated to assist different departments within the Bahamas.
Well, the budget is to allocate funds for the different department heads. That's what the budget is about.
Yeah, I know what the budget is. The budget is just for the government to continue to run the country.
For more information on the budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching A Closer Look Presents. We are live from Rawson Square for the coverage of Budget 2025. We just witnessed the walkover of the Prime Minister and his cabinet into the halls of Parliament. In just a few moments, he will be making his official budget communication. It's been a very hectic morning so far for us, right, April? Absolutely. Budget days are always those kind of days where you will have people milling around. They want to know. They're listening intently. We've gotten a chance to speak to a number of persons. I know you spoke to some business persons, young business persons. I remember you talking to Tristan Hanna. Yes. Just 23 years old, already in business 2 years. That is a big accomplishment.
Unbelievable. And I spoke to him about that, and he was talking about security. And I just thought to myself, oh my goodness, like, where was I at 23?
What was I doing at 23? Definitely not running a securities business. Definitely not.
Not at all. So you kind of see that, more often though, a lot of young persons are creative thinkers, are thinking outside the box to problem solve. And I think that's why we're heavily reliant on the government to make room now for young persons to have space at the table. I heard you talking earlier about inclusion and also accessibility, and I think that's a big part of it too.
Absolutely. The director of Youth, Sandina Nili, talking about that buzzword inclusion, and really taking it, like we were saying earlier, island by island, because we have to get away from this sort of Nassau-centric feeling that I think a lot of Bahamians really do feel. If you're not in the capital, it may feel like you're being ignored, but I think what we will hear in this budget communication will really address that feeling, and hopefully lay out a really concrete plan of how we include everyone. And I'm hoping that Bahamians really take the lead and decide that, I'm going to take advantage of the opportunities, because as I said to Mr. Ingram, it's only going to work if Bahamians are actually taking advantage of the opportunities, right?
I heard when you said that, and I thought to myself, that's it, because opportunity can be there, but if we are not putting ourselves in position to take those sort of opportunities by storm, we miss it. And then we kind of become frustrated, but to our own detriment. And so that's a really important part of the conversation. I'm kind of looking forward to hearing how this government is going to focus in on young people, but then also that sort of island to island, also the everyday people, people who we kind of who have probably felt a little skeptical throughout the years and felt like they've been left behind. But I really am thinking this budget is dedicated to those people. Of course, I know we called it the People First budget, so I'm hoping to hear more about that as well.
I love that we're calling it the People's First budget, because I think that is what Bahamians are expecting. They want to know how, these major financial decisions are going to impact them. I know one of the things that we have heard quite a bit, and not just on today's show, but generally, is about the high cost of living. things in the store are too expensive. You know, the ability to feed your family, the ability to afford health care, the ability to afford your energy bills, you know, and we have seen this administration sort of begin those steps.
Yeah.
And so I am hoping to hear from the Prime Minister even more concretized, you know, information and details about how those initiatives will continue to be expanded, how they're going to grow, and what specifically Bahamians are going to need to do to take advantage of the opportunities that are coming.
That's where I assume this is going to go to, because I think having that 3% increase in GDP has spoken to the fact that the government has already laid out some steps and efforts that have led in the right direction. So now I'm thinking this is going to be more about expounding on those opportunities, and of course just kind of keeping steady with what we have already. And so I assume that there's going to be more of what we've already seen. We know that that energy reform opportunity has led to hundreds, thousands of persons talking about low electricity bills.
Absolutely.
Seeing as low as sometimes $50. I know I had a friend who said her bill was as low as $75.
Yeah.
And so if we can start to now touch more homes, more lives in that direction, and then we have that 5% tax cut with groceries, these are the sort of efforts that I believe that we just need to see more on, and that's going to require a little bit of time as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what people also need to remember is that this initial contribution is going to set in motion a chain of events, right? So the Prime Minister makes his official contribution, and then over the next few weeks, all of the ministers across the departments and ministries in government will also make their contributions, and then we have the debate. We will have the inclusion of the official opposition. They will have the opportunity to sort of pick this budget apart. It is a fully balanced budget, as we have heard, and so they're going to be picking it apart, I'm sure, but they're also going to be looking at ways to, you know, galvanize their base, etc. And I think that is something that we also looking at, you know, we're listening out for. And so once that budget is, all the contributions have been made and the budget is debated, it will then go to the Senate for further debate and before it can be passed. And that is a process. So I want Bahamians to be patient and to really tune in and engage. Sometimes I know it may be a little daunting to sit through some of the communications, but if you are really invested in the future of our country, this is the opportunity that you have. You have the opportunity, you know, to be engaged in conversations like this. I've been encouraging people who are watching us live today to sound off in the comments, to make their predictions, and have their voices heard. And I think that's also one of the things that Santine and Neely mentioned, especially for young people. You know, do what you need to do to make sure that your voice is counted, that your voice is heard, that your concerns are being considered. And I think so far, especially young people have begun that process, and it's really amazing to see. Santina made the comment that, you know, young people of this day, they're no longer waiting for a seat at the table. They're engineering their own success. I think that that was really powerful.
And we have the platforms to do it.
Absolutely.
So with and you know, it's kind of like back to that point of taking advantage, that those platforms are there for us. And I was just going to say, even if you haven't, you know, you don't have the opportunity to lock into what's happening live, we have highlighted moments through Twitter, through Instagram posts that the OPM is probably going to also be posting those highlighted moments from this budget. Every news station is going to also post their highlighted moments from this budget. It's kind of hard to miss what's going on, so it's just a matter of making sure we talk to each other, we have conversations with our family about what does this mean for us as a mom, as a father, as a child, whatever that looks like for you, a business owner, taking advantage of those streams of communication.
I think that's an important point that you're making, because people listen to this information usually in silos, and you know, or they may come into the internet and, you know, drop their sort of think pieces about what. But if we are not talking to each other and talking to our members of parliament as well, because those are the persons who stand and represent us in the halls of parliament, so it's going to be very important for people to be paying attention to the contributions, not just of the Prime Minister, but from each minister of government, to see exactly what is going to happen across government. I know healthcare is going to be something that people are keenly tuned into. We heard earlier from one of our guests about the work that's being done in the Family Islands. That's very important work because, if you're sick, you don't want to also have to fight and get on a flight and come to Nassau to be seen. So, that kind of thing, being able to provide real care to people in the Family Islands. I know housing is another major concern. Bahamians are looking to own a piece of the rock, and that has so far been very difficult for a lot of people. It's been out of reach for a lot of people. But even leading up to the budget so far, there have been so many housing initiatives that ministers have spoken to.
We had the Renaissance, the Pinecrest, and even some more I know that are being laid out. But that's sort of what I can't wait. We're going to also speak to persons on the ground about what it means for them at this time to also have accessibility to home ownership. What will that look like? What do they want it to look like? And hopefully, of course, finding out from the Prime Minister himself on what that will look like as well.
Absolutely. There's so many young people who I know personally who have been in that process, trying to qualify for a mortgage, trying to, get out of the renting cycle. So it is going to be very interesting to see what comes out of that. And I know the housing minister, when he gives his contribution, is going to provide a lot more insight and detail. So that's something that I am personally looking forward to. And I'm also looking forward to conversations on the orange economy. Obviously, we work in sort of creative, the creative space as well. So it is going to be really interesting to hear how Bahamian creatives, how people in the orange economy are going to benefit from these opportunities. And hopefully, we hear something that sparks a new idea, a new concept, something that people can hold on to and say, you know what, I have had this idea, because I also feel like that's what's happened. People have been sitting on, they've been sitting on really, really great ideas.
And they need that push, right?
They need that push. So I'm hoping that, the Prime Minister's contribution gives some creative person the push that they need to really take the leap.
I talked about it earlier that I believe it's YouTube that recently announced that monetization of young creatives in the Bahamas now for the first time. And so I'm hoping that that is something we start to look into now, because now it's not just about being creative and doing it for fun, but being able to actually make a business, from that type of opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments, the House of Assembly will resume its official sitting, where Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Davis, will give his official budget contribution, and we take you live now. We are going to be live here in Rawson Square as the Prime Minister prepares for his contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to stay tuned to our live coverage. Continue to watch us. Continue to engage with us as we sort of, continue our full-time coverage today. We do have a post show, so we will be listening intently to the Prime Minister's contribution. And when we come back, we will have even more words from different persons about what they heard, whether or not our predictions came through, April. And so we invite you to stay tuned. We have more of A Closer Look Presents Budget 2025 in just a moment.
I think that healthcare would be the main issue that the government should address within this budget, because especially simple as going into PMH, there are a lot of things with the naked eye that you can't see that needs upgrading.
The number one issue I'd like to see them address in the budget this year is the cost of living.
Definitely wages for Bahamians from all walks of life.
Definitely social service. Are we going to neglect the homeless individuals, or are we going to have a budget for the homeless, those that don't have homes, those type of cases?
One of the things will be definitely trying to get the younger entrepreneurs that are involved in the tourism industry, saying that tourism is their number one business, more involved.
Matthew chapter 7, verses 7 and 8 says, ask and it shall be.
For more information on the budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on all social media platforms.
But the only problem I have with them is they're too secretive. You have to let the people know, well, look here, I spent this $300,000 on this, and this is why I spent this $300,000. You know, I don't want to get in the news or see the newspaper and the Prime Minister says vacancy. You know what I mean? That's not a good thing. That's all they need to do.
As much as possible, they let us as citizens know exactly what's going on and somehow allow the Bahamian citizens to have an input on how the budget should be spent. I think that'll definitely get the Bahamians more involved from place, whereas when things are happening in the country, they become more part of it, and there's a mutual understanding in a marriage. So when things happen, there's no surprise. Bahamians know they know what's going on, they know how it's going to happen, they know how much basically it's going to cost, and they know, and each person now has a personal stake and investment on what's going to happen.
For more information on the budget 2025, follow a closer look on our social media platforms.
Some years ago, I benefited from an entrepreneurship grant with small business development.
I've benefited from a government opportunity. I had a contract, 1 or 2 contracts, you know.
Actually, a lot of Bahamian students actually benefit from a grant, especially within UB. I would have at a point myself.
Most definitely, I feel that the government should contribute more to the entrepreneurship department, the small business development.
I think we need more funding in areas, especially with now, content creation is such a great factor.
If they really come through on monetization for social media, I think a lot of Bahamians' lives would be changed.
For more information on the budget 2025, follow a closer look on our social media platforms.
Everybody want to be rich, but no one want to gain a master's degree from the Reds Father than just School of Economics. That's me, Ice Reds. Now some of you at home right now saying, him? I remember him from grade 7, Big Brother can't even count. Firstly, I changed. I wear socks now. Therefore, I want you to hear me out as to why I think you need to understand the budget. You don't know what happening to your money? What is the budget? In one sentence, that's all the money that the government have to spend and what they spend it on. But I see you in the dark, round with the lawyers, and they dropping these big words on you. That's because they trying to confuse you. To understand the budget, you really only need to understand 3 things. How much money we have, or we think we have, what you want to spend the money on, and what's the most important thing to spend the money on. Revenue is whatever money the government make. So like hotel taxes, the VAT that you pay on the noodles, the customs you're supposed to pay on your jockey, but you lie on the wife and say, these jockeys ain't new. These my old jockey. And the custom officer know you lying, but the line long, and he ain't trying to row with no big man over no jockey. All of that is revenue. Revenue is important because you have to have money to spend money. Doctors, police, teacher, roadman, the government got to pay all of them, but that's just the labor. All those people need tools and supplies, and the buildings that they in need to get repaired or expand, but money got to spend. And that's expenditure. But it's the thing, it's only so much revenue and everybody got ideas. See, some things can make us more money, while some things can save us money. And then some things you just have to do because it's the right thing to do. We got to figure out what the priority is. See, now you on the same page. All right, so let me give you an example. Like in my house, right? I can either buy the expensive scented candles, but then I don't have enough money to pay BPL. So now I need more candles because my power off. Or I buy some cheap candles, put something on the light bill. Now I don't need to use the candles because why? My light ain't off. That's basically it. I mean, also there's like deficit and debt. So like, if you need to spend more money than you just make, that's a deficit because you deficient. But you need things. You never short like 50 cents in the food store and ask the person behind you for quarter. You had a deficit. And then you had to borrow them 2 quarters and now you owe that person. So you was in debt, but you had to do it for the groceries. Sometimes the government is do that too. But unlike you who never paid that man back his 50 cents, the government is have to pay the money back what they owe. And that's everything you need to know to understand the budget. But you don't remember nothing else. Just remember, stop lying about your jockey, babe. Pay the tax on your jockey, big bro. Everybody want to be rich, but no one want to gain a master's degree from the Reds Father than just School of Economics. That's me, Ice Reds. Now some of you at home right now saying, him? I remember him from grade 7, Big Brother can't even count. Firstly, I changed. I wear socks now. Therefore, I want you to hear me out as to why I think you need to understand the budget. You don't know what happening to your money? What is the budget? In one sentence, that's all the money that the government have to spend and what they spend it on. But I see you in the dark, round with the lawyers, and they dropping these big words.
ladies and gentlemen. You're watching A Closer Look Presents Budget 2025. We're live here in Rawson Square, where in just a few moments, the Prime Minister will give his official communication and lay out his administration's fiscal plans for the year 2025-2026. And joining me on set is my good, decent media colleague, a veteran reporter at the Nassau Guardian, Chester Robarts. Welcome to the show.
Good morning. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here. So, we've been covering budgets for time immemorial, it feels like, right? But This is the first time that we are covering what is being explained as a balanced budget. Can you talk to us a little bit about what that really means? Its sort of historical significance.
Yeah, so what it kind of means is the government has been able to, however they've moved money around, however they've been able to make money to lower their deficit. So they're making money and they're not spending as much. And so that balance is something that all governments want to meet. And so if they're able to do it, and if they're able to sustain it and even improve it as time goes on, the country will be all the more better for it.
I think that is a very good point, because this is the first time that it's happening, but we need to talk about how we sustain this, right? Over the course of the broadcast so far, we've been talking to a number of different people about some of the initiatives that have led up to this budget, some of the things that this administration has been attempting to do in terms of lowering energy costs, introducing initiatives that impact the cost of living, things like that. So, from your perspective, being someone who often is talking to members of the public and also talking to government ministers about, what the plans are, do you have any predictions for this budget communication?
So I wouldn't say I have any real insight or any specific insight into this particular budget, but what they have been focusing on and what they've been pretty good at since they've been in office is collecting taxes. The taxes that have been owed. We've heard about real property tax a lot. They've gone after that specific tax, and they've been successful in collecting it. They've changed the way that they do business license and those kinds of things, and ensuring that people are up to date with those things. The small things. You know what I'm saying? We always say sweat the small things, and they start to pile up. And so the government's been pretty good at collecting their money.
Well, I think that is a very interesting point, because then if you ask the average person and the average business person, Chester, I'm being told that the Prime Minister is preparing to give his contribution, so we take you now live to the floor of the House of Assembly, where Prime Minister Philip Davis is about to give his budget presentation for 2025-2026.
Sweeping across the world. Instead, we are coming together, and together we will harness new opportunities and create a new era of progress and renewal. Madam Speaker, the 2025-2026 budget reflects the values and policies laid out in detail in our blueprint for change, and builds on the progress of our 3 previous budgets. Our agenda is focused on security, opportunity, affordability, and reform. Security, which encompasses multiple goals, from national security to personal security or personal safety. Opportunity, which requires growing our economy and investing in our people. Affordability, which means pushing against global and local inflationary pressures and innovating to lower prices wherever possible. And reform, because our ability to make crucial investments in our people were possible because of fiscal discipline, and because if we want the best outcomes, we need to modernize government services and make them more responsive to the people. In this budget, briefly, our expenditure and policy actions include measures to, for the very first time since independence, we have finally secured the achievement of a balanced budget. Madam Speaker, more than a balanced budget, a budget with a surplus. We have modernized government for better and more effective governance. We provide affordability by securing our food supply. We have stimulated private sector investments across the Family Islands. We're ensuring that Bahamians benefit from the use of our natural resources, securing better health outcomes for our citizens, investing in critical sectors such as education, healthcare, national security, and environmental protection. And of course, we are strengthening public infrastructure across the archipelago. Madam Speaker, despite all the headwinds we have faced, despite all the hardship, we are now a country on the move. Together, we are confronting our most difficult challenges, the ones that have held us back for too long, and it is the determination and the ingenuity of our people that is powering our country's progress. Governments can write smart laws and implement innovative policies, but those laws and policies can only create substantial and enduring change if we work in close partnership with the Bahamian people. So as I speak today, and in the coming weeks, about advances already underway, and as we describe our plan to build on and expand that progress, I want to recognize that our nation's gains and successes are possible only because of our extensive collaboration with the many, many Bahamians who are contributing their ideas, their talents, and their smarts to moving our country forward. Madam Speaker, many Bahamians saw for themselves the spirit and the resourcefulness of their fellow citizens during the pandemic, when people who lost their jobs turned talents and interest into new business ventures, evidence of the no-quit character I referred to earlier. But we won't soon forget the harsh conditions we faced in 2020 and 2021. I spent a lot of time with families in which everyone of working age had lost their jobs. The mummies, the daddies, the uncles, the aunties, the young people, entire families with no real money coming in, along with frustration. There was real fear. The lockdowns, the curfews, the travel visas, the fines, the punishments, it was clear that these made a bad situation worse. Our hospitals, schools, and communities were in terrible shape. A lot of people were hurting. It was under these circumstances we asked the Bahamians to give us the opportunity to lead the country out of crisis. In our economic plan and in our blueprint for change, we laid out a detailed vision for recovering, rebuilding, and revolutionizing our country's economy. Yes. We knew we had a big task ahead of us. We knew that rescuing the country from the worst fiscal and economic crisis we'd ever face was going to be a big lift. Yes. But we also knew, as bad as things were, that recovery could not be the ultimate goal. Recovery had to be a stop on that journey to something better. Because even in the best of times in the past, too many Bahamians have been left out of our economy. Celebrating our landmark independence anniversary, the 50th anniversary, reminded us how far we have come as a small independent nation, but also underscored how much work there is left to do to meet the promise of independence. It is the honor of my lifetime to spend my days working hard alongside my colleagues to do what we can to fulfill that promise, to create opportunities that reach every island and lift up every Bahamian family. Even though economic recovery was never our final destination, even though our ambition is to create a new era of growth and opportunity, there was never going to be a shortcut. There was no way to skip the rescue and recovery steps. We always knew we would need to put in the time and effort required to dig out of a very deep hole. The choices we made fuel our country's economic recovery. It's a recovery that independent experts, I repeat that, it's a recovery that independent experts have called remarkable. Precisely because the pace and magnitude of the recovery was in no way inevitable. We made policy decisions about curfews and travel visas and free testing that were distinct from those of our predecessors. We ended policies that were keeping businesses closed down and people out of work. And even as we pulled the country back from a fiscal cliff, we raised the minimum wage. That's right. And just let me say, it's yet not high enough, but raising it was a step in the right direction. Yes. We signed new labor agreements. We approved new forms of relief. The decisions we made and the policies we carried out ended the speculation about downgrades and currency devaluation. Right. And as you will hear in more detail shortly, we have since then continued to strengthen considerably our country's finances. Right. We did not sit back and hope good things would happen. We made good things happen. Yes. We have actively promoted the country. We have actively promoted the country, creating new investments, new jobs, and new opportunities. $10 billion of private sector investment later, alongside hundreds of millions of government-led investments, we are still at it, still actively creating opportunities, not just hoping for them. We have built important relationships with other leaders and countries around the world. An important task for a small nation looking to leverage the influence of coalitions that can be exerted on a global stage. We have created innovative climate finance arrangements, one of which alone will save our country more than $120 million. We are bringing major sporting events to the Bahamas. We have strengthened partnerships to protect our borders. Our efforts removed the country from the blacklist. Yes. And our Attorney General is now playing an influential role in the United Nations Committee that is rewriting many of the rules that will affect our financial services. We have not had that kind of influence before, and a seat at the table matters. Yes. Madam Speaker, there's so much more. From expanding urban renewal, to renovating clinics, to taking action on the backlog of thousands of promotions in our public service, to signing a record number of agreements with labor unions. We have served, more than 1 million free hot breakfasts to our school children. I'm lucky enough to, from time to time, to stop by and share breakfast with the children and to say hello as they enjoy their breakfast. And let me tell you something. The food vendors, the teachers, the staff aren't just serving nutritious meal. They're serving hope and they're serving love. School breakfast reflects our belief that our children deserve a chance to start their day ready to learn. That's why our new budget expands the program, ensuring it will soon reach every one of our government's families. This new initiative is the first time free breakfasts have been served in our schools. In fact, we have racked up a lot of firsts.
Yes.
That's what challenging the status quo requires. Racking up firsts. We launched our country's first National Youth Guard. The country's first significant national service program, which gives young people training to support our security services during a national emergency. And along with that, we give them job-ready skills that help them find good work. And I will tell you, almost at least 90% of those persons who went through the 4 cohorts we've had, nearing 100 in each cohort, each of them are now gainfully and meaningfully employed. We are the first couple to put free Wi-Fi in the parks. And as we say, education is the tool to success, or the key to success. We are the first to conduct a nationwide learning assessment in all of our schools. Allowing us to assess learning needs more precisely. That's under the guidance and leadership of the Minister of Education, the warrior from Engliston. The first to launch a Golden Yolk program for the production of eggs. And I can say the first to take diversifying our trade relationships seriously, with a new trade office and support for Bahamian exporters and importers. We are the first government to meaningfully stand up to the Port Authority, the Grand Bahama Port Authority. Insisting that they carry out their obligations to the people and communities of Grand Bahama. And we are the first government to pass a law. Listen to this one, man. We are the first government to pass a law ensuring intellectual property rights for our artists and other creators, so that they can benefit fully from what they produce. I'll speak over the next few weeks. We'll be sharing more details about these and many other firsts. And then, momentarily, I turn to the detailed review of microeconomic conditions and our financing activities, an update on our fiscal strategy and more. I'm pleased to say that in this arena, too, we have achieved an important first. The first government in an independent Bahamas to produce a budget surplus. Without sacrificing and or robbing the delivery of services to our people, and continuing on our promises, delivering upon our promises as contained in our blueprint for change. Madam Speaker, we have made substantial gains strengthening our country's fiscal outlook and our economy. But before I share the good news, I want to say this. We know that a country's recovery and growth have not reached all Bahamians. I repeat that. Yes. I want to say we know that our country's recovery and growth have not yet reached all Bahamians. Good numbers on a spreadsheet are better than bad ones. But we talk to Bahamians every day who are still under a lot of pressure. People struggling to find good paying work they can rely on. People who worry about how or even whether they can build a secure future. Madam Speaker, in order to create in the Bahamas a dynamic, inclusive economy that generates more opportunities in order to construct more ladders to security and to success, we need to do two things. Let me please say it again. In order to construct more ladders to security and success, we need to do two things. First, we have to create more opportunities. We have to build on the record levels of investments we have seen over the last several years and continue to create conditions that encourage innovation and economic growth. That means everything from major new investments in infrastructure to modernizing our laws and regulations to revamping our nation's entire power grid to give us more reliable, more affordable electricity. All of these changes, and many more, are in motion. And as we review these investments together during this budget debate, I think it will be clear how they are designed to help generate many more of top quality opportunities our people deserve. That leads me to the second crucial imperative, making sure that Bahamians are ready in every way to step up and seize these new opportunities. That means major new investments in education and training and upskilling. It means strategic investments and grants for entrepreneurs. It means effective advocacy for the hiring and promotion of Bahamians. It means lowering and removing the barriers that are standing in the way of our people. Madam Speaker, our people deserve the education, training, and opportunities that matches their talent and ambition. That is why, in this budget, we are building on our gains in education and training with substantial new and historic investments in our people. Our younger citizens, still in school, of course, deserve the best and the most modern education we can provide. But I'm talking about all Bahamians who want more. Bahamians who are working hard to take care of their families. Bahamians who want to be able to think more than 1 month at a time. Bahamians who are searching for their path to economic security. Bahamians who want and deserve an opportunity to have an ownership stake in our economy. Bahamians who are dreaming of a better life. The ambitions and the aspirations of the Bahamian people are at the heart of this budget. As we navigate, Madam Speaker, forward through a time of fascinating possibilities, but also a time of disruption and danger, we believe that our country's success depends on developing the talents of our people. How can we achieve our country's greatest national ambitions? Any answer to that must prioritize helping more Bahamians achieve their personal ambitions. We are committed to providing skills and training and the access to lifelong learning opportunities that are quickly becoming essential in this era. We have to move past the limited, outdated, and old-fashioned ideas of what success looks like. Our people have a myriad of talents, and there are a multitude of paths to fulfillment and security and prosperity. Madam Speaker, the 2025 budget further builds on our core priorities and on our achievements to date. The first section of the budget communication presents an analysis of the current microeconomic and fiscal conditions, as well as the outlook which underpins the framework for this year's budget proposals. There is then a discussion of significant financial developments in the Bahamas. Subsequently, some of the key policy measures outlined in this budget are presented. Madam Speaker, the current and future developments of our small, open economy are deeply linked to the global, and especially the U.S., economic developments. It is therefore essential to begin with an assessment of the global economic climate, which has deteriorated sharply at the beginning of 2025. This was due to heightened trade policy tensions globally, weakened consumer and business sentiment, and a latent resurgence in inflationary pressures. According to the latest IMF World Economic Outlook published last month, the growth of global output is expected to slow to 2.8% this year, down from 3.3% in 2024, and a full 1/2 point weaker than the rate projected only 4 months ago. World output growth in 2026 is forecast at 3%. The growth of global trade in 2025 has also been marked down by virtually 1/2 to 1.7%, as compared to the projection of 3.2% in January 2025. Global inflation is projected to decline to 4.3% in 2025 and 3.6% in 2026, rates that are slightly higher than in the January forecast. Needless to say, the global economic environment that we confront as we set our policy and fiscal priorities for 2025-2026 budget is one replete with challenges. We developed this budget with a full appreciation of the risks and the uncertainties. I now turn to a review of recent and prospective economic developments in the United States, our major trading partner. While the U.S. economy remains resilient by many measures, a notable slowdown is now widely anticipated. More specifically, real GDP declined at an annual rate of 0.3% in the first quarter of 2025, following a stronger performance of 2.4% in the last quarter of 2024. This recent decline has been attributed primarily to a rise in imports and weaker government expenditure. Real growth for 2025 is forecast at 1.8%, a slowdown from 2.8% in 2024. Growth is pegged at 1.7% in 2026. For 2025 and 2026, these new forecasts represent downgrades of 0.9% and 0.4 percentage points from the forecast of just 4 months ago. The U.S. labor market in 2024 featured an increase in the unemployment rate to 4%. In April 2025, unemployment remained largely unchanged at 4.2%, and this is expected to continue for the rest of this year. In 2024, inflation fell to 3%, and by April 2025, annual inflation stood at 2.3%, which remains above the Federal Reserve's inflation goal. The IMF anticipates the U.S. inflation rate to average 3% in 2025 and 2.5% in 2026, suggesting that the Federal Reserve is likely to remain vigilant and steadfast in the setting of U.S. monetary policies going forward. As a result of these economic conditions, Moody's Ratings downgraded the United States credit rating by 1 notch to capital A, small a1, AA1. This downgrade reflects growing concerns about the U.S. long-term fiscal trajectory and institutional constraints, which could hinder timely policy responses to future economic challenges. Turning to our neighbor to the north, Canada's economy has shown a modest but relatively steady upward momentum. The Canadian economy grew by an estimated 1.5% in 2024, and it is projected to remain one of the more stable performers among the G7 nations in 2025. The outlook for Canada remains cautiously optimistic, with projected growth of around 1.4% in 2025. However, some concerns persist, particularly in relation to trade dynamics and the risk of rising unemployment. Canada's unemployment rate stands at 6.9% as of April 2025 and is projected by the IMF to average 6.6% in 2025 and 6.5% in 2026. Inflation in Canada has declined within its target range of 1 to 3% and currently sits at 2.3% as of March 2025, slightly below the comparable U.S. rate. The IMF projects the inflation rate to average 2% in 2025 and 2.1% in 2026. In 2024, Madam Speaker, real GDP growth in the euro area remained modest, estimated at 0.9%, with a slight decline projected to 0.8% in 2025. Inflation has continued to ease, reaching 2.2% as of March 2025, a decrease from 2.4% in 2024, and is expected to decline further to 2.1% by year end. The employment outlook in the euro area presents a mixed picture. As of March 2025, the unemployment rate was estimated at 6.2%, a fall from 6.4% in 2024, with a projected increase to 6.4% by the end of the year. This is mainly due to weaker labor demand and demographic challenges. Madam Speaker, China's real GDP grew by 5% in 2024, but that momentum is expected to moderate, with growth projected at 4% in 2025. China's urban unemployment rate stood at 5.2% in March 2025, down slightly from the previous year's 5.1%. Unemployment is projected at 5.1% for the end of 2025. Meanwhile, consumer prices fell by 0.1% year on year in March of 2025, marking the second consecutive month of deflation. For the rest of 2025, consumer prices are expected to remain flat, with a slight uptick to 0.6% next year. Lastly, our Latin America and Caribbean region recorded real GDP growth of 2.4% in 2024, and its growth outlook for 2025 is slightly more restrained, with the IMF projecting growth at 2%. This forecast reflects both the underlying structural issues and broader global economic pressures that continue to influence the region's trajectory. Madam Speaker, the United States remains the Bahamas' principal trading partner, accounting for approximately 83.3% of our total imports in 2024. That was valued at approximately $5 billion. This long-standing economic partnership is also reflected in our tourism sector, where in 2024, 84% of our stopover visitors originated from the United States. While this close relationship has yielded considerable benefits, it also underscores our exposure to developments in the U.S. economy. Any slowdown or heightened economic uncertainty in that market can have a direct impact on Bahamian trade and tourism. This sensitivity is particularly relevant considering recent policy announcements from the United States, specifically the proposed imposition of a 10% tariff on all Caribbean nations, including the Bahamas. Such a measure, if implemented, could potentially influence both trade flows and visitor arrivals. In this context, the government is committed to pursuing constructive dialogue with our U.S. and CARICOM partners to address the implications of this policy shift in a manner that protects and promotes mutual economic interests. Madam Speaker, what I can say is that well before the election of the current U.S. President, my government had taken proactive steps to strengthen our economic resilience through the adoption of a national trade policy. One of the firsts for our country that I alluded to earlier. This policy lays the foundation for a trade diversification framework that seeks to broaden our export base and reduce over-independence on any single market. At the core of these efforts is a commitment to ensuring that global trade developments do not unduly disadvantage Bahamian businesses or consumers. The government has also been collaborating with the private sector to explore enhanced trade opportunities with Canada, Dominican Republic, Ghana, and India, while also investigating new shipping channels and logistical solutions. Let me share one example. The average price of a dozen eggs in the Bahamas currently stands at around $3.79. In comparison, during the period when eggs were primarily imported from the United States, prices had soared to as much as $10 per dozen due to the devastating impact of bird flu on the American poultry industry. In response, with government support, the private sector was able to shift its sourcing to the Dominican Republic, which not only stabilized supply, but also resulted in a significant economic benefit for Bahamian consumers by reducing costs. The Golden Yoke program that I spoke of earlier had a beneficial impact on pricing as well. Currently, the price of eggs in Florida averages around $5.60 per dozen. The fact that Bahamian consumers are paying less highlights the positive impact and strategic advantage of diversifying our trade partnerships. Madam Speaker, according to the Bahamas National Statistical Institute, economic activity in the Bahamas demonstrated a positive trend in 2024, with nominal growth recorded at 3.7% and real growth at 3.4% when compared to 2023. The IMF has projected that real economic growth in the Bahamas will moderate to 1.8% in 2025. The GDP figures are expected to be improved in the future as part of the Institute's revision policy. This policy allows for regular revision of the GDP data as more accurate and complete information becomes available. We have witnessed a commendable upward growth in our nation's GDP since 2019. In real GDP terms, we have progressed from contractions of 0.8% in 2019 and 20.1% in 2020 to positive growth of 3.4% in 2024. In nominal terms, GDP has moved from 3.6% growth in 2019 and a subsequent 21.9% decline in 2020 to an expansion of 3.7% in 2024. These figures, Madam Speaker, represent the highest output ever recorded for this country. In fact, When comparing our GDP per capita to our neighbors, the Bahamas stands ahead of tourism-driven island nations such as Jamaica, Barbados, and St. Lucia. This higher GDP per capita indicates that the Bahamian economy is performing strongly, with our people contributing significantly to national productivity and economic output. In 2024, the Bahamas GDP per capita is estimated at $38.9 thousand, compared to $7,300 for Jamaica, and $14,000 for St. Lucia, and $24,600 for Barbados. If you take a look at that, Madam Speaker, it tells you where we are. Our GDP, our per capita GDP, is now at $38,900. A deeper look into our GDP offers key insights into our national economic performance. Consumption, particularly household consumption, rose by 3.1% in 2024 on the basis of an uptick in consumer confidence. The household expenditure survey will soon be completed by BNSI, and this will have an important impact on the consumption data that feeds into the GDP calculation. Our country's construction industry experienced strong momentum, expanding by 19% in 2024, supported by higher capital investment and increased imports of construction materials. Similarly, due to a broader adoption of digital technologies across the Bahamas, the information and communication sector saw a significant rebound, growing by 21.5%, a reversal of the previous year's 1.3% decline. Agriculture, forestry, and fishing industries also contributed to growth, with the sector expanding by 21% in 2024, reflecting the government's ongoing investment in revitalizing domestic food production through targeted agricultural programs and project regeneration efforts. While on the topic of GDP, I would like to address the statistical discrepancies found in the 2024 GDP tables. On Monday of this week, BNSI released a clarification regarding the 2024 advanced estimates of GDP. In line with their press release, statistical discrepancies or errors and omissions do not imply that the numbers have been misrepresented. Rather, they reflect the differences between the two methods used to calculate GDP: the production approach and/or the expenditure approach. It is important that we trust the professionals at BNSI. It's unfortunate that the former Minister of State for Finance would choose to undermine the technical staff of the very institution he once depended on while in office. If he had any concerns, the appropriate course of action would have been to address them directly with BNSI's technical team. These are the same experts whose work he relied upon during his tenure. Undermining their credibility without just cause is disrespectful and risks eroding confidence in our country's economic data. Madam Speaker, tourism, the cornerstone of the Bahamian economy, achieved historic heights in 2024. A record-breaking $11.2 million international visitors were welcomed to our shores in 2024, surpassing the 9.7 million arrivals recorded in 2023. Foreign air arrivals totaled 1.7 million in 2024, holding steady with 2023 levels and outperforming 2019 figures by 3.3%. Cruise arrivals total 9.4 million. Let me repeat that again. Cruise arrivals total 9.4 million in 2024, reflecting year-over-year growth of 20.6% and surpassed 2019 levels by 72.1%. All I say, Madam Speaker, there are a lot of countries with beautiful beaches, but not as beautiful as those in the Bahamas. And apart from our most beautiful beaches, we mention the best people, best culture and cuisine. We know this, and we work hard to make sure others do too, while diversifying our offerings within tourism and prioritizing innovation and constant improvements, which is why the Bahamas is only growing as a premier travel destination. The result? More than $10 billion in foreign direct investments over the past 2 years. Another important first. This includes partnerships with globally recognized luxury brands such as Rosewood, Montage, Park Hyatt, Bulgari, Four Seasons Residences, Margaritaville, and of course, Concord Wilshire Capital, the new owners of Grand Lucayan Hotel in Grand Bahama. These investments will not only bolster economic output, but are enhancing the international profile of the Bahamas, particularly within the highest end of the high end of tourism market. Madam Speaker, several new announced and ongoing projects are expected to generate meaningful economic activity across various islands with significant impacts on employment, government revenue, and the broader investment climate. Notable among these is the development of Royal Caribbean's Royal Beach Club on Paradise Island, a transformative project valued at approximately $110 million. Implemented under a public-private partnership model, this initiative will allow Bahamians to hold up to 49% equity in that project, ensuring robust economic gains. The Beach Club is anticipated to open this year. Also underway is the development of Celebration Key in East Grand Bahama, a private cruise destination designed exclusively for Carnival Corporation. This project is expected to welcome its first guests in the coming weeks. This project is one of the reasons the Grand Bahamas economy is finally on this upswing. Elutra is also seeing notable investments, including a $360 million development of the Ritz-Carlton, which is already underway. Madam Speaker, inflation in 2024 remains subdued, with the rate standing at 0.4% and forecast to rise modestly to 0.9% in 2025. This signals relative price stability, which is essential for maintaining consumer and investor confidence. The latest unemployment figure stands at 8.7%, which is down appreciably from 9.5% in 2019. This unemployment rate is the lowest since 2008. And is a significant recovery from the peak of 25.6% experienced in 2020. The government expects sustained improvement in tourism and foreign direct investment to further stabilize the unemployment rate in the medium term. I will now, Madam Speaker, review the fiscal performance from July 2024 to March 2025, the first 3 quarters of the 2024-2025 fiscal year. Start with revenue performance. Before presenting the 9-month fiscal performance, it is important to highlight that the revenue performance for the month of April 2025 is at a high level. Typically, the month of April contributes approximately 12% to total revenue intake over a 10-month period. According to the latest preliminary financial data, April 2025 is consistent with this trend, accounting for approximately 13% of total revenue over the 10-month period. The preliminary financial data shows revenue specifically for the month of April 2025 at $352.7 million. The strong revenue performance in April suggests that fourth quarter revenue performance will be very strong as well. Now on to the 9-month fiscal performance in detail. Total revenue amounted to $2.5 billion in the initial 9 months of the fiscal year. This marks an increase of $266.3 million, or 12.2% as compared to the same period in the previous fiscal year. At the end of March 2025, total revenue stood at 69.4% of the budget forecast. This improvement, Madam Speaker, in revenue performance resulted from a boost in tax revenue of $243.2 million to a total of $2.2 billion. Tax revenue amounted to 70% of the budget forecast. Key revenue highlights during these 9 months are as follows. Taxes on property grew by $27.3 million and total $172.9 million, representing 75.2% of the budget target. This period-over-period increase was driven by improved receipts from taxes on commercial and foreign-owned undeveloped properties that together expanded by $25.9 million. This was expected due to strengthened collection efforts, most of which were collected from non-Bahamians. As Bahamians found themselves in a position to make more purchases, VAT receipts expanded by $50.8 million and amounted to $1 billion, accounting for 68.9% of the budget forecast. Continued improvement in economic activity and domestic demand for goods and services has sustained the resilience of VAT revenues. Since the fiscal year 2021-2022, when the VAT rate was adjusted to 10%, VAT receipts have demonstrated notable growth, rising from $210.4 million, or 18.5% by the end of last full fiscal year. This growth reflects both the resilience of the VAT system and the underlying strength of our economy. Despite this improved performance in the overall VAT collections, this administration believes that VAT on real estate is still not being captured fully. We will be proposing additional measures to close loopholes in the collection of this tax. In recognition of this progress, and in keeping with our commitment to ensure that fiscal gains benefit Bahamians, this administration implemented a reduction in the VAT rate on food from 10% to 5%. Which became effective on the 1st of April this year. Later in this communication, I will outline further VAT reductions in this upcoming budget year. This measure is part of our broader strategy for a more affordable Bahamas. Stamp taxes on financial transactions and VAT on real estate transactions were higher by $12.3 million and total $94.7 million, or 68.8% of the budget estimate. Licenses to conduct special business activity driven by business license receipts, rose by $36.4 million and total $162.7 million. To date, this represents 67.2% of the budget forecast. Likewise, company taxes, led by business tax receipts from international business companies, improved by $11.7 million and amounted to $27.3 million and equated 90.4% of the budget target. Taxes on international trade and transactions decreased by $125 million and totaled $627.3 million, for a 75.5% of its budget target. This was driven by the uptick in departure tax collections of $121.1 million that totaled $255.1 million, surpassing the budget target by $13.8 million or 5.7%. This positive outcome is driven by two factors: sustained improvement in our tourism sector and recent reform to cruise passenger-related taxes.
They don't look happy.
Non-tax revenue expanded by $22.8 million to $258.2 million, accounting for 65.5% of the budget. This was driven by gains in immigration and custom fees, along with surplus bank fees. I now turn to expenditure performance during the 9 months of the 2024-2025 fiscal year. Total expenditure increased by $238.8 million to $2.6 billion during these 9 months of the fiscal year. This fulfilled 73% of the budget target. Specifically, recurrent expenditure rose by $199.9 million to a total of $2.4 billion, accounting for 72.5% of the budget forecast. This increase reflects the following: outlays on the compensation of employees, which was increased by $20 million to a total of $649 million, which represents 73% of the budget target. A part of this increase was driven by a $7.1 million increase in NIB payments from the government attributed to the recent rate increase. Pension and gratuity payments rose by $11.2 million to $148.6 million, accounting for 78.3% of the budget target. Spending on the use of goods and services rose by $82.4 million, amounting to $514.2 million and equating to 74.8% of the budget target. This rise was driven by payments of utilities, special financial transactions, and acquisition of services, including a $7.1 million increase for catastrophic health care services. Interest payments on public debt increased by $38.2 million to a total of $447.3 million and amounted to 68.1% of the budget forecast. Payments on foreign currency obligations totaled $227.8 million, or 50.9% of the total, while payments on domestic debt obligations totaled $219.5 million, or 49.1% of the total. Lastly, subsidies, primarily to non-financial public operations, grew by $25.1 million to $338 million, for 82.1% of the budget. Likewise, other transfers, mostly to non-financial public operations, expanded by $35.6 million to $194.1 million, for 69.3% of the budget target. Among these include continued investments in education, including contributions to UWI, totaling $5.9 million, scholarships and grants, including international scholarships, totaling $30 million, grants to independent schools totaling $12.9 million, and contributions to the University of the Bahamas amounting to $22.7 million. Capital expenditure, Madam Speaker. Regarding capital expenditure, spending increased by $30.9 million totaling 266 million, which accounted for 77.2% of the budget forecast. This increase was driven by net investments for road repairs across New Providence and the Family Islands, investments in airport infrastructure, school ground improvements and digitalization projects in schools, the acquisition of medical equipment, and building resilience in public safety and order through acquisition of CCTVs and other security and communication equipments, military, police, and prison equipment, and firearms and ammunition. Deficit performance. The government's fiscal performance for the initial 9 months of the fiscal year showed a 16.6% decrease in the deficit to $178.9 million. This accounted for 1.1% of nominal GDP, compared to 1.4% in the previous year. In dollar terms, the deficit in the previous year was $214.4 million. Since the current administration assumed office, the fiscal deficit has followed a consistent downward trajectory, declining from a peak of $1.3 billion, or 11.9% of revised nominal GDP in financial year 2020-2021, to 1.2% of GDP in the most recent full fiscal year 2023-2024. This represents a notable improvement, particularly when compared to the 2.6% deficit to GDP ratio recorded in the last pre-pandemic fiscal year. That will be 2018-2019. This outcome further foreshadows a positive outcome for the fourth quarter's performance. Madam Speaker, one of the indicators of health, economic health in a nation, is the primary balance performance. And that refers to the difference between the government's total revenue and its non-interest expenditure. This measure provides insight from a fiscal policy perspective into a country's fiscal health. In essence, this represents the parameters of fiscal policy that the government directly controls and are critical to managing debt levels. At the end of March 2025, the primary balance reflected an increase in the surplus position, equating to $268.4 million, or 1.7% of nominal GDP. This equated to a 45.7% of the budget forecast. This also represents an improvement over the primary surplus of $194.6 million in the prior fiscal year. And we're still moving.
Yes, sir. Still moving.
And that don't take into account the $357 million I talked about in April.
Right.
You got talking? And that's not included. Madam Speaker, revenue receipts demonstrated strong performance during the 9 months leading up to March 2025, as well as in April 2025. This momentum, coupled with the successful resolution of tax tribunal cases, where 50% of the $100 million in disputes have been settled, is expected to drive a late surge in tax collections and improve overall revenue performance for the year. Despite a notable shortfall in VAT collections from the real estate sector, revenue is still projected to be near its annual forecast. On the expenditure side, public spending has remained aligned with the budget, even after an initial front-loading of payments early in the fiscal year, and is expected to remain contained within its annual forecast. As a result, the fiscal deficit will fall within a range of 0.3% to 0.17% of GDP. However, if we use last year's performance to extrapolate the projected fiscal balance outturn for this current year, the fiscal deficit will be estimated to fall under 0.3% of GDP. As such, my administration is confident that we will hit our deficit target for the full 2024-25 fiscal year. In the first half of this fiscal year, we experienced a 6-month deficit of $404.1 million. However, for the majority of the second half of this current fiscal year, we have witnessed monthly surpluses. The month of February 2025 experienced a surplus of $58.6 million. The month of March 2025 settled out a surplus of $169.6 million. And as I mentioned earlier in this communication, the first fiscal performance for April 25, which is near 357 in revenues, what we suggest that the strong revenue performance, our preliminary data shows April at a surplus position of $135.4 million. So again, Madam Speaker, it is due to the second half performance that we feel confident in reaching a deficit within our target range of 0.3 to 0.7% of GDP. Our debt performance, Madam Speaker. At the end of March 2025, total central government debt totaled $11.7 billion. Domestic currency debt accounted for $6.4 billion, or 54.7% of total central government debt. Foreign currency debt accounted for $5.3 billion, or 45.3% of total central government debt. Over the period, the debt to GDP ratio has been trending downwards as the government stands firm on its debt strategy and achieving its midterm debt target. As such, at end of March 2025, the debt stock equated to 72.9% of GDP, a decrease from the ratio of 73.2% at the end of December 2024. Over the past 9 months of this fiscal year, the financing mix included the following transactions. On the domestic front, net borrowings comprised of government securities that totaled $332.9 million and central bank advances that amounted to $129 million. This was offset by net repayments on bank loans that totaled $7.6 million. In terms of foreign currency, a net borrowing of $244.4 million in commercial bank loans was offset by net redemption of international bonds amounting to $218.2 million and scheduled net payments to international development agencies totaling $99.4 million. Credit ratings. Madam Speaker, historically, the government has relied on 2 rating agencies, Moody's, Standard & Poor's, to assess its creditworthiness. Recently, we have expanded this approach by engaging Fitch Ratings, providing a third independent perspective. In April of this year, Fitch Ratings assigned the Bahamas a BB- rating with a stable outlook. This rating reflects the country's high GDP per capita, robust and stable governance, and continued efforts towards fiscal consolidation. The inaugural BB- credit rating from Fitch marks a significant milestone in the Bahamas' credit recovery and re-rating trajectory. Additionally, in April, Moody's upgraded its outlook for the Bahamas from stable to positive, for the first time in 17 years.
Facts don't lie.
This upgrade was driven by several factors. Significant improvements in the country's fiscal soundness and debt profile, supported by strong fiscal consolidation over the past 2 years. The achievement of a primary surplus, enhanced revenue collection alongside disciplined expenditure management, and a solid institutional framework and a stable political system. These positive developments underscore the country's progress toward a stronger and more sustainable fiscal future, enhancing investor confidence and solidifying the Bahamas' position in the global financial markets. Similarly, back in September 2023, Standard & Poor's Global Ratings had reaffirmed the Bahamas credit rating at B+ with a stable outlook. This decision reflected the resilience of our economy, particularly driven by the tourism sector, which played a pivotal role in facilitating fiscal improvements and moderating the growth of total debt accumulation. The strategic measures implemented by this administration to address both financing and refinancing needs, coupled with the stability of our political environment, have instilled confidence in our ability to effectively manage risks and maintain macroeconomic stability. Madam Speaker, as I reaffirmed in my mid-year address, this administration remains resolute in its commitment to securing an investment-grade credit rating within the next 3 years, starting in the upcoming fiscal year. Achieving this milestone by the fiscal year 2028-2029 is not merely symbolic. It is a strategic imperative that will unlock greater economic opportunity, reduce borrowing costs, and enhance investor confidence in our nation's future. To this end, we are focused on strengthening 4 critical economic indicators: GDP per capita as a measure of national productivity, central government debt as a percentage of GDP, revenue as a percentage of GDP to support essential public services and long-term development, and interest expenses as a percentage of overall revenue, a critical indicator of fiscal sustainability. With our GDP projections expected to fully capture economic activity within the next 3 years, we have confidently set the following targets to reach investment-grade status. GDP per capita has risen by 27.7%, increasing from $30,400 in 2024 to $38,900 in 2020. $30,400 in 2021 to $38,900 in 2024. On a year-over-year basis, it grew by 2.7%, up from $37,900 in 2023. Based on regional benchmarks, long-term growth prospects, and the current economic environment, we are targeting an annual GDP per capita of approximately $44,000 by 2029. Revenue to GDP has also improved significantly, rising from 17% in fiscal year 2021 to 19.7% in financial year 2023-2024. For the current fiscal year, as previously planned, we had set a target of 22.1%. To meet the requirements of an investment-grade rating, we must continue to enhance our revenue mobilization efforts. Accordingly, we project that the total revenue will reach 23.5% of GDP in fiscal year 2025-2026 and increase to 25% thereafter. On the fiscal front, we have made substantial strides in reducing the national debt burden. As of the end of June 2024, central government debt stood at 72.7% of GDP, a marked improvement from the 88.7% at the end of June 2021. While this progress is commendable, we recognize that sustainable debt levels are essential for long-term resilience. International best practices suggest that public debt should not exceed 1/2 of countries' output. In alignment with this, the Fiscal Strategy Report 2025 outlines our commitment to reducing the central government debt to GDP ratio to 50% by 2030-2031. Based on internal estimates and expected policy changes, we expect to be near this target by financial year 2028 to 2029. In addition to reducing the size of our debt, we are also focusing on reducing the cost of carrying it. In financial year 2020-2021, interest expense accounted for approximately 22.1% of total government revenue, decreasing to 20% in financial year 2023-2024. Our objective is to further reduce this ratio to 10% by 2028-2029. These achievements reflect the hard work and discipline of our institutions, the resilience of our economy, and the trust you have placed in the government, the people have placed in the government. We are on the right path, but we must stay on course. Amen. Together, we will build a stronger, more prosperous, and more resilient nation for generations to come. Furthermore, we have already undertaken measures through a series of comprehensive reforms. These include reducing both the deficit and debt levels, implementing the country's first major nationwide energy reforms, implementing mitigation for climate risk and exposure to external shocks through initiatives like the Coastal Protection, disaster risk programs, disaster insurance, as well as principal deferment programs in times of disaster. Implementing tax reforms to diversify government revenue and align with international best practices. Utilizing credit-enhanced external financing to lower debt costs and interest expenses. Reforming the BSD debt market to improve capacity and liquidity. And enhancing the collection of economic statistics. In respect to our medium-term debt management strategy, Madam Speaker, we have made significant strides in reducing reliance on costly external commercial debt by shifting our focus to more favorable domestic borrowing options, as well as concessional financing for multilateral institutions such as the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean that we recently joined as a member. We are lowering borrowing costs and enhancing our resilience through the stability of the domestic market. Additionally, we have successfully extended the average maturity of our debt, reducing refinancing risk and improving debt sustainability. This aligns with our long-term fiscal goals, easing short-term debt pressures and creating more stable financing conditions. As part of our borrowing strategy, we plan to increase the use of export credit facilities, which are loan funding guaranteed by export credit agencies to finance the purchase of goods and services from the countries providing them. Given the success of these arrangements, this administration is looking to finance the construction of the new glass window bridge and other projects using a similar facility within a new fiscal year. These advancements reflect our commitment to prudent fiscal management and achievement of central government debt levels at 50% of GDP by fiscal year 2030-2031. Madam Speaker, upholding our prudent and strategic debt management approach has led to several positive outcomes. One of the most notable being the successful execution of the debt conversion for nature conservation transaction. This innovative transaction was designed to reduce the national debt while simultaneously addressing the country's pressing environmental concerns, particularly in preserving the unique biodiversity and ecosystems of the Bahamas. The success of this transaction was widely recognized in the global financial community. As a result, the Bahamas was invited to participate in the prestigious 2025 Global Capital Latin America Bond Awards. This transaction, Madam Speaker, this transaction was nominated in 3 categories at the awards and ultimately won the highly coveted award for the ESG Deal of the Year. This achievement, Madam Speaker, not only strengthens our international reputation, but also shows our ongoing commitment to sustainable development, fiscal responsibility, and protecting our natural resources. I also want to bring to the attention of this Honorable House that the 2025 Fiscal Strategy Report will be tabled today. This report follows the guidelines set by the Public Finance Management Act, demonstrating the government's commitment to budget credibility, transparency, and fiscal sustainability. It outlines the government's medium-term fiscal framework, which serves as the foundation for shaping the 2025-2026 budget, annual borrowing plan, and medium-term debt strategy. As mentioned earlier, BNSI recently revised its GDP methodology to better capture the economic activity throughout the Bahamas. Given that the GDP is a crucial economic base, widely used throughout our fiscal analysis, this has prompted key adjustments to our fiscal framework. Accordingly, the revenue target for 2025-26 has been reduced from 25% to 23.5% of GDP to align with the updated economic base. Nonetheless, the government remains committed to restoring the revenue to GDP ratio to 25% over the medium term through a comprehensive tax policy alignment. It is important to emphasize that this technical adjustment does not constitute a departure from fiscal discipline. Global inflationary pressures have increased costs in the Bahamas, necessitating a move from the government to raise the concurrent expenditure ceiling from 20% to 20.8% of GDP. Starting in 2025-2026, the overall capital expenditure to GDP ratio is maintained at 3.5%. These adjustments reflect a dynamic, data-driven approach to fiscal planning, anchored in sound public financial management and aligned with national development priorities. Considering these developments, I wish to inform this Honorable House that we are tabling the necessary resolutions during this budget to formally adjust relevant fiscal targets in line with the updated economic assumptions and policy priorities. I now turn to the budget estimates for 2025 and 2026. The budget estimates for total revenue amounts to $3.89 million, or 23.6% of GDP. Total expenditure is expected to amount to $3.82 billion, or 23.1% of GDP. Of this, recurrent expenditure accounts for $3.44 billion, or 20.8% of GDP, and capital expenditure for $276.3 million, or 2.3% of GDP. The fiscal surplus is estimated at $75 million, or 0.5% of GDP, with the primary balance showing a surplus of 4.5% of GDP. Given this, the debt to GDP ratio has been projected at 68.9% of GDP at the end of fiscal year 25-26. For the first time, Madam Speaker, for the first time in our history as an independent nation, a Minister of Finance will be tabling a balanced budget, evidence that fiscal discipline can coexist with a bold vision for national progress. We accomplished this, I want to repeat this, we accomplished this without sacrificing development priorities or slowing the pace of investment. We did it without resorting to reckless cuts or firing dedicated employees just to claim a quick win. This balanced budget is the result of careful planning, responsible leadership, and a steadfast commitment to the Bahamian people. And it is our continued commitment to fiscal responsibility that will allow us to continue making game-changing investments in our country and in our people. And Speaker, the remaining portion of my communication will focus on detailing the fiscal measures that form the foundation of this budget. These policy changes are not made lightly. Each one is guided by a core principle that the burden and benefits of economic activity should be shared equitably across sectors, communities, and generations. I repeat that principle. The burden and benefits of economic activity should be shared equitably across sectors, communities, and generations. This year's revenue measures are structured around 6 major themes: affordability, environmental health, marine protection and development, modernizing operations, tax measures update, and private cruise destinations. Madam Speaker, due to the recent effects of global inflation, economies around the world, including the Bahamas, have faced significant price increases. As a result, Bahamian families have struggled under the weight of high prices for food, household items, and basic hygiene necessities. This administration understands their difficulty, and in this budget, we are acting decisively to bring relief to the people. As part of the ongoing efforts to promote affordability, we will be reducing the VAT rate to 5% on a range of products that are crucial for the well-being of our citizens. These include baby diapers.
Yes.
Okay.
That's Pampers.
Yes.
Baby diapers.
Mothers. Children.
Depends. Elderly. Right? Feminine hygiene products. Prescription and non-prescription drugs. And Madam Speaker, that includes medications for those with chronic conditions. Medical and dental supplies.
Yes.
Medical and dental supplies. Such as needles.
Yes.
Blood pressure machine, lancets, dental cements, and other dental fillings. And of course, other medical and through therapeutic items such as cell therapy products.
Finally, I see a smile.
Madam Speaker, these reductions will take effect September 1st, 2025. They are aimed at ensuring that Bahamians of all ages and stages of life can access essential products without the added burden of a higher tax. Under the amended VAT Act, we are also extending VAT relief on building materials for religious institutions in recognition of their vital role in supporting and uplifting communities. This VAT relief will come in the form of VAT-exempt imports or as a refund system if purchased locally. In addition, customs duty is being removed from digital and changeable letter signs, making it more affordable for them to enhance their visibility and communication efforts. We are also reducing customs duties on dozens of essential items, products that Bahamians purchase every week, items that matter in every kitchen, every bathroom, every nursery, and every home. We're helping families, homeowners, and small contractors by removing the customs duty on the following items: refractory cement, mortars and concrete, and similar compositions, copper fittings, screws and nuts and bolts. What's up, laughing? but essential hardware. Further this, I come into that. Further this, duty on the following items is being reduced: cleaning products, electric or battery operated shavers, juice extractors, trucks weighing 20 tons and above, and filters of all kinds from water to air conditioning filters. We are also taking steps to reduce the cost of fuel sources used by numerous households. We are removing the 45% excise duty on butane fuel. Mostly used in portable stoves. Many Bahamians rely on this fuel for a hot meal, whether day-to-day or during emergencies. This is part of our broader commitment to build resilience and affordability into everyday life, especially where it may help the most. The Bahamas is committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 30% by 2030 and achieving net zero emissions by 2050. In line with the Paris Agreement, our clean energy transition includes expanding renewable energy, promoting electric vehicles, and improving energy efficiency through key initiatives and projects. Duty exemptions on household appliances with the highest level of energy efficiency will be granted. I repeat that. Duty exemptions on household appliances with the highest level of energy efficiency will be granted. Freezers, air conditioners, gas and electric water heaters will all be duty-free once confirmed that the appliance will make a positive impact on climate change initiatives. These exemptions are designed to encourage Bahamians to adopt cleaner technologies, directly contributing to our climate goals and a sustainable future for us all. In addition to these measures, prefabricated homes can now be imported with the prior approval of the Minister of Works.
Wow, that's big. Awesome. That's a brilliant move.
Every Bahamian has the right to safe food, clean environments, and healthy communities. To support this, we are introducing new measures in the upcoming fiscal year that are practical, fair, and more focused on protecting public health. The Bahamian marine environment, Madam Speaker, is one of our greatest treasures, rich in biodiversity, cultural significance, and economic value. Yet, for far too long, its use has been under-regulated and its protection underfunded. This budget marks a turning point. We are introducing targeted measures to ensure that those who benefit from our marine space also contribute to its sustainability. To better support our marine environment and support long-term stewardship of our waters, we will introduce a framework to implement an environmental levy on seabed leases for commercial activity to reflect the true value of our marine territory. Enforcing a cruising permit fee for tenders and boats 25 feet or larger, ensuring every vessel has its own valid permit. Introduce environmental penalties to discourage harmful practices and preserve the health of our marine ecosystem. These measures are not discouraging use. They are not about discouraging use. They are about encouraging responsible use. They are about ensuring that those who enjoy our waters also help to preserve them, and for future generations of Bahamians to inherit an ocean that is abundant, healthy, and protected. We owe it to our people and to the sea that sustains us. Early in my communication, I mentioned the award-winning Debt for Nature Conservation transaction. This transaction has unlocked $124 million in funding for marine conservation without increasing our debt burden. Over the next 15 years, annual savings from this agreement will be directed to the Bahamas Protected Area Fund, which will allocate resources to agencies tasked with safeguarding our marine ecosystem. These funds will begin to support the implementation of pre-established conservation targets and ensure long-term environmental stewardship in the upcoming fiscal year. The projected environmental impacts of this initiative are substantial. Enhanced management of 6.8 million hectares of marine protected areas, representing nearly 70% of our nearshore environment. Restoration of critical mangrove ecosystem, which serve as natural buffers against storm surges and provide vital nursery habitats for marine. Strengthen resilience to climate change, particularly in coastal communities vulnerable to rising sea levels and extreme weather events. And the establishment of a $20 million conservation endowment by 2039, ensuring continued funding for marine protection beyond the 15-year term. Madam Speaker, as we continue to prioritize the protection and sustainable use of our marine environment, this administration is taking decisive action to strengthen safety and accountability in our waters. Jet ski and motorboat operators will now face fines and fixed penalties for violations of the laws and regulations governing their operations. To strengthen enforcement, we will create a maritime revenue unit within the Ministry of Finance. In addition, members of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Defense Force, port officers, and other designated authorities will be empowered to issue notices, impound non-compliant vessels, and where necessary, dispose of such vessels at the owner's expense. Operators of motorboats and jet skis have a duty of care to their passengers and to the public. They are expected to be fully informed of and compliant with all relevant safety protocols and regulatory requirements. Amendments to the law have been made to provide for fixed penalty and fixed penalty notices. The government is committed to ensuring that our marine spaces remain safe, orderly, and enjoyable for all. Our oceans and coastlines are some of our greatest assets. They feed our people, power our tourism, and protect our communities. Taking care of them means healthier fish stocks, stronger livelihoods, and more chances to grow our blue economy. When we look after our marine environment, we are looking after our future. Madam Speaker, this budget is not only about providing relief. It is also about building a smarter, fairer, and more modern Bahamas. This is why this government will put in place the proper policies and frameworks that were long needed. We will establish the Asset Disposal Assessment Unit, which will examine fiscal government assets and recommend the optimal method for disposal. They recommend whether public assets should be transferred to another public entity, sold, recycled, destroyed, or in any other method they will see fit. The Asset Disposal Assessment Unit will assist in the promotion of accountability, honesty, and transparency for public assets which are no longer for its purposed use. Not only will the process be streamlined, but there will also be a record of government disposals. Public officers will be required to report if they have received overpayments for the disposal of non-financial government capital. For too long, certain systems have remained outdated with inefficiencies that frustrate Bahamians and drain public resources. In this budget, we are taking meaningful steps to modernize how government works, how it taxes and how it charges, and how it serves. When it comes to real property tax, fairness is our guiding principle. Owners of derelict properties will be eligible for a waiver or credit on all outstanding property tax arrears once those properties are repaired and made habitable again.
Excellent.
To ensure transparency and fairness, we will put in place a pre-approved process to confirm the property's derelict status before any repairs begin. To promote equity among the real property tax base, we are better defining owner-occupied and removing its seasonality, by replacing it with a defined period for foreign homeowners. Foreign homeowners will qualify for the partial owner-occupied exemption for property values of up to $300,000 if they stay more than 90 days in the Bahamas. If they stay more than 183 days, full exemption will be applied, which includes both the residential cap and the $300,000 exemption tied to value. The Bahamas, Madam Speaker, has long been a haven for private yachts and aircrafts. But our administrative systems have not kept pace with this reality. That changes now. We will introduce the frequent visitors digital card to make entry smoother and compliance simpler for private vessels and aircraft that visit our shores regularly. For private boats, each vessel will be required to have its own card linked directly to its registration number. This card will be valid for 2 years and is intended exclusively for cruising, not for fishing or anchoring. For private aircraft, a separate card will be introduced for propeller-driven planes, tied, not just the propeller planes, tied to the plane's serial number. Just as with boats, the card is strictly for leisure travel. It does not cover commercial activities or charters. This suite of measures reflects a government committed to fairness, modernization, and respect for those who invest in the Bahamas. We are moving forward with purpose and with Bahamians in mind every step of the way. As part of this budget, Madam Speaker, we're also taking steps to strengthen our corporate tax framework in line with international standards. I wish to remind this Honorable House that the Domestic Minimum Top-Up Tax Act was enacted on the 29th of November 2024 and came into effect on the 1st of January 2024. This legislation implements the OECD's Pillar 2 framework by introducing a 15% minimum effective tax rate for large multinational enterprise groups operating in the Bahamas. This is a major step forward in ensuring that large global companies pay their fair share in jurisdictions where they conduct substantial business. The DMTT is projected to generate approximately a minimum of $130 million, or 0.7% of GDP, of new revenue in the upcoming fiscal year for the Bahamian people. This government plans to introduce the Business Development Incentives Program Act. This act will encourage further development in our country through incentives for eligible licensees under the Business License Act with an annual turnover greater than $50 million. These incentives will benefit Bahamians by encouraging local investment activities which create jobs, build local capacity, and expand the use of Bahamian goods and services. Whether it's hiring more Bahamians, training staff, or investing in innovation and sustainability, this program rewards companies that deepen their footprint and impact in the Bahamas. It is a forward-looking tool to drive inclusive economic growth, support the family islands, and align private sector investment with our national development goals. Madam Speaker, cruise tourism in the Bahamas has come a long way. What began as a modest stream of floating leisure, has now become an economic powerhouse. In 2024 alone, cruise visitors numbered 9.4 million, an increase of 20.3% over the previous year, and representing a staggering 83.4% of the total tourist arrivals. These numbers are not just impressive, they are transformative. But while cruise volumes have soared, the sector's direct contribution to government revenue has not kept pace. We have seen exponential growth in the private cruise destinations. We have premium offshore activities like cabana rentals that now fetch as high as $4,000 per day. Yet these earnings often flow offshore with limited or no benefit to the Bahamian taxpayer. Today's cruise ships are not just modes of transportation. They are floating resorts, complete with their own entertainment, retail, and shore excursion operations. When they dock at our shores, particularly at private islands, they often offer excursions from horseback riding and nature trails to zip lining, balloon rides, beach clubs, and shopping villages. These experiences have contributed to the growth of our GDP over the past 3 years. Madam Speaker, this budget reflects our intent to modernize and regulate this critical sector in a way that upholds 4 key principles: fairness and equity, and enhanced compliance and oversight for a critical sector of the Bahamian economy. In keeping with these principles, our budget introduces targeted compliance measures to ensure cruise-related activities contribute fairly and meaningfully to our national development. Recently, the government has been meeting with the cruise lines to streamline compliance in the sector. The cruise lines have acknowledged the importance of compliance and will continue to work with us to ensure that this happens in a sustainable and mutually respectful manner. These compliance measures will have a focus on enforcement of custom duties, VAT on all imports to the private cruise destinations, immigration work permit fees for all employees, the Communications Act and Electricity Act application in respect to private utilities operating on the various private cruise destinations, VAT on all services offered for value on the islands, and the government's policy for the rental of recreational watercraft, which is reserved for Bahamians. Madam Speaker, we expect that the economic activity on the private cruise destinations will be the biggest driver of GDP growth in the next 3 to 5 years, which underscores the importance of the information I've just shared. I now turn to expenditure measures in the budget, which are strategic, targeted, and designed to deliver results. As I mentioned at the outset, many of our key investments promote security, opportunity, affordability, and reform. We are making additional unprecedented investments in our national security during the coming fiscal year. These investments span the Royal Bahamas Police Force, Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services, and other key security agencies. The security of our borders is fundamental to the sovereignty and safety of our nation. The Royal Bahamas Defense Force will benefit from strategic investments, including modernization of key bases at Coral Harbor and Inagua, upgrades to the defense fleet, and specialized equipment, including aircraft refurbishments, which will improve aerial surveillance, mobility, and response time. To strengthen our presence on the front lines, we are significantly increasing manpower. The expanded workforce will support greater enforcement, faster processing, and a more visible presence at our ports of entry and throughout the Family Island. In addition, in New Providence, resources have been allocated for the construction of a boundary wall, enhanced surveillance systems, and general improvements to the detention center. And in Grand Bahama, additional resources are earmarked for the renovation of the detention center, modernizing the facility to meet national safety and security standards. Regarding the police force, we are recruiting new officers and civilian personnel to strengthen presence and response capabilities in New Providence and Freeport. Resources are also provided for IT modernization, including surveillance cameras, digital forensic tools, and upgrades to the AFIS ADEMIA system, enhancing investigation capacity and real-time policing. To further support public safety, the government will procure modern fire trucks, protective gear, and specialized firefighting tools. Construct a new fire station through a public-private partnership, delivering critical infrastructure costs effectively, and planning for a new police headquarters to improve command operations and interagency coordination. We are also expanding nationwide communication systems and CCTV networks to reinforce surveillance in high-risk areas. Additional technologies will be deployed to block illegal inmate communications and prevent drone deliveries into secure facilities. Madam Speaker, we are bolstering the capacity of our correctional system with support for the hiring of new recruits and uniform allowances, procurement of body-worn cameras, and investments in advanced surveillance contracts to prevent unauthorized deliveries and improve perimeter security. To improve judicial efficiency and to build on early investments in new courts, the government is allocating resources to expand the virtual courts platform, reducing backlogs and delays in court proceedings. This government's comprehensive approach to national security through investments in personnel, technology, and infrastructure ensures that the Bahamas remains ready to face emerging threats. We are making strategic investments in energy, infrastructure, and the digital upgrades across the country. We are going to create the conditions necessary to generate new opportunities, and then we are going to make sure Bahamians are ready for those opportunities. Our new energy era reforms are a critical part of our plan. We decided there was no way to create a 21st century economy with a 20th century energy grid. That's why we are overseeing our country's first, another first, nationwide comprehensive energy reforms. High prices and unreliable electricity affect everyone and have held back our businesses, made them less competitive, raised operating costs, and acted as a drag on our economic growth. PPL has been operating a very old system that in some places is held together by the equivalent of what I call the duct tape. There's a reason previous governments struggled to fix the problems. There's a reason that it's incredibly complicated and incredibly expensive. You know, when we came in office, BPL had a legacy debt of over $500 million. But I was not willing to kick the can down the road. Not with critical parts of our energy grid dating back to pre-independence and on the verge of collapse. Not with the generation engines in urgent need of replacement. We have been burning dirty, expensive fuels and paying a lot to do it. And of course, we don't just have one grid, we have different islands with different needs, all of which need attention. So we decided we needed comprehensive reform. No more quick fixes, no more Band-Aids, no more patching things up today in a way that means they break again tomorrow. Putting energy reform together has taken a lot of careful planning. But now we are finally updating transmission and distribution in New Providence. For the first time, utility-scale solar power will be integrated into the grid. We will have solar power throughout our family islands, where new hybrid microgrids will incorporate solar power and natural gas, allow us to eliminate expensive PPL rentals, replace aging generation units, and establish battery storage systems. Energy reform is going to be a game changer, delivering lower prices, increased reliability, and a grid that is stronger during storms. And we are using cleaner energy and meeting our commitment to union workers of job and pension security guaranteed. I'm also pleased to say we are working with different Bahamian partners throughout the islands. We are transforming how we generate and transmit energy across the country. We are going to have a modern grid that delivers reliable electricity at a reasonable price. And no doubt you'll hear more about this when you hear from the Minister of Energy, the Energizer Bunny from Elizabeth. We are also making transformative investments in infrastructure. We are undertaking comprehensive roadworks across New Providence and the Family Islands, delivering long-awaited improvements that directly benefit our communities. Major initiatives include the completion of major roadworks in Exuma, Eleuthera, and Cat Island, with a total investment of $250 million, bringing relief to residents and businesses. The commencement of road rehabilitation in San Salvador, beginning a new phase of development for that island's infrastructure. The Long Island Road Improvement Project, where a $22 million contract has been signed to rehabilitate and upgrade key roadworks across that island. And of course, the Harbor Island dock upgrade, enhancing access, safety, and rehabilitation, one of our most vital transportation hubs. I was calling you to let you know that the contract was signed.
No, not you.
He said he was trying to reach you. I won't try to reach you. I won't try to reach you, but not Lutra. It's signed on Lutra. Oh yeah, future pride. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong. No, Lutra. There's nothing wrong to having ambition. Don't let it discourage you. To improve delivery, let me discourage you. To improve delivery capacity and project efficiency across all of our infrastructure programs, we have secured a $90 million loan from the Inter-American Development Bank to strengthen Bahamian, the state-owned enterprise, road paving and building company in the Bahamas. This investment will enhance project management systems, such as the launch of a comprehensive road and drainage improvement program in New Providence. It will be focused on resurfacing major thoroughfares, improving drainage and in flood-prone areas, and upgrading sidewalks, signage, and lighting near schools, clinics, and key public facilities. Along with these infrastructure investments, we will be making significant investments in school repairs across the Bahamas. And as part of ongoing efforts to ensure access to clean and reliable water, we are advancing several high-impact projects through the Water and Sewage Corporation, including the Joe Farrington Road Water Project, the Glasson Road Wastewater Treatment Plant, upgrades to the water systems in Exuma, South Andres, North Acklands, and ongoing recovery efforts in Abaco Post-Orient. Additionally, investments in national water security, such as the Aqua Design buyout, the buying out Aqua Design. Consolidated Water and the MEA Water Efficiency Program, they were funded during the mid-year budget. These initiatives are helping to reduce water losses, improve delivery, and ensure sustainable access to clean water for all Bahamians. Madam Speaker, recognizing the critical role of our air connectivity in national development, we are launching a major aviation infrastructure development program using separately sourced financing. As part of this initiative, airport upgrades and expansions are underway in Exuma, Cat Island, and Eleuthera, strengthening tourism, trade, and mobility for these key islands. Through these strategic capital works and public utility enhancement, this government is not only upgrading fiscal infrastructure, but also expanding economic activities and building a resilient Bahamas for generations to come. The investments I've outlined will create conditions necessary to grow our economy and create new opportunities. Talking about the airport, I think Black Point is to be included in that. Crooked Island and Auckland is included in that. Long Island is on the way.
Yes,
The
come in
Minister,
Long Island.
the Minister of Aviation,
We come in Long Island.
the Minister of Aviation, the Deputy Prime Minister will be speaking in more details about these investments. I forget you? Yeah. It's also, Madam Speaker, it's really important to me to emphasize that our investment in education and training and upskilling and opportunities span many different fields, require different kinds of aptitudes and talents, and encompass different kinds of support. We are investing in traditional scholarships to universities. Yes, that is the right path for some. But we are also massively expanding our investment in BTVI. I don't want to see applications for work permits, for top-paying specialty work I know Bahamians can do with the proper training. We are going to expand BTVI's capacity so many more Bahamians have the opportunity to learn the kinds of skills and trades that can form a very profitable business. We are also launching the Bahamas Polytechnic Accreditation and Training Hub this academic year, creating technical and vocational pathways to graduation and lucrative careers. We are investing $2.6 million in new funding for the National Maritime Academy for Bahamians interested in careers in the blue economy. And it is with great excitement that I announce that this year, our upskill program will begin to enroll Bahamians in paid certification courses online, as well as hosting important in-person sessions for Bahamians looking to improve their skills or gain certifications across a range of fields and industries. The scale and pace of change is extraordinary. The scale and pace of change is extraordinary. Artificial intelligence and digital technologies are reshaping industries, creating new opportunities, and yes, sometimes replacing old ways of working. The jobs of tomorrow will not be the same as those of yesterday, but this is not a reason for fear. It is a call to action. The skills we have today may not be enough for the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow. To thrive, we must embrace a culture of continuous learning and adaptability. It's a challenge, I know, that Bahamians are up for. Upskill is for everyone. Young people entering the workforce, parents returning to work or interested in switching fields, experienced professionals seeking new horizons, and those who simply wish to strengthen the fundamentals. Financial literacy, data science, business planning, marketing, design, artificial intelligence. These are important skills in today's marketplace, and I want every Bahamian who is interested to have access to education and certification in these fields. Upskill is going to bridge the gap between our islands and the global world of work, enabling Bahamians to work remotely, start digital businesses, and access international opportunities. I believe we can change the brain drain into a brain gain. Remote work opportunities will allow Bahamians who want to live here at home, to have access to professional development and high incomes. And upskill is only the beginning. New technology will allow us to transform the classrooms, workplaces, and clinics. We can build access to online education and skills building to support our teachers and schools. We can use telemedicine services to support patients and healthcare professionals in our clinics for faster and more accurate diagnosis and for prescribing treatment plans. Madam Speaker, the cost of living has always been too high, but the global inflation crisis of the last several years raised prices beyond what many families can endure. A small country like ours will always be impacted by global events, but we can grow stronger. We can reduce our vulnerability to rising prices where it matters most. And there is no reason we cannot grow more of our food here at home. We are making substantial and important new investments in developing our culture, including expansion of grants to Bahamians. We can create a new wave of successful Bahamian entrepreneurs, keep more of our money inside the country, and lower prices for families. We want both small-scale operations and larger food production companies run and operate by Bahamians to become much bigger players in our country and region. 21st century farming does not look like the old days. This is big business. Food security is an important national priority, and our new Center for Food and Nutrition Security will serve as a multidisciplinary technical hub advancing national food and nutrition security. Through cutting-edge research, policy development, innovation, and community-based initiatives. In the upcoming year, the Center will lead a series of transformative initiatives to strengthen national resilience and food sovereignty, including establishing urban farms and community food hubs to increase local food access, promote self-reliance, and support neighborhood-based food systems, addressing health-related challenges linked to food insecurity, training farmers in climate-smart agriculture practices to enhance productivity while promoting environmental sustainability and resilience to climate change, and establishing seed banks and promoting native crop varieties to preserve biodiversity, ensure seed availability, and support culturally appropriate food systems. Over the past year, the administration has transformed our agricultural and marine sectors through decisive action and strategic investment. We launched our National Layer and Piggery Program, distributing over 10,000 chicks and 3,000 adult chickens. We also equipped farmers across Cat Island, Exuma, Acklands, and other islands with tractors and other essential equipment. Today, we are scaling those initiatives while making vital new investments. The Golden Yoke Project has a large role to play in our plans for food security. We are investing $9 million for the construction of putted buildings capable of housing 25,000 chicks, dual layer houses for 20,000 hens, and an egg processing facility with capacity to process 8,000 eggs per hour. This past week, we signed an MOU to construct 5 hydroponic farms in New Providence, Grand Bahama, Abaco, Andros, and Cat Island, as we embrace modern farming techniques that can provide healthy produce to even our most remote islands. BAMC is expanding its academic mission with 302 enrolled students and strategic partnerships with peer review A&M, Athens State, and Stanford University, providing our youth with world-class educational opportunities. Of course, we are ensuring that scholarships are available for those who wish to launch careers in agriculture and marine sciences. Overall, we are increasing support to farmers by 200% and expanding the overall agricultural budget from $25 million to $35 million.
Yes.
commitment to entrepreneurial empowerment has yielded remarkable progress across diverse sectors of our economy, demonstrating that inclusive growth requires intentional investment in every segment of our society. Through our Entrepreneurs with Disabilities program, developed in partnership with Youth, Sports and Culture and the National Disabilities Commission, we have shattered barriers that prevented members of that community from launching enterprises. Our fly fishing initiative will help Bahamians build sustainable enterprises in this fast-growing, lucrative industry while preserving our natural heritage. The grant recipients for the upcoming round of funding will be announced in the very near future. The Crafting the Bahamas Creative Entrepreneurs Initiatives represents an innovative approach to the creative economy development. With 99 registrants spanning from Grand Bahama to Maguana, this program showcases authentic Bahamian artisans across our entire archipelago. Their work will be featured on the Tingsea Marketplace, which helps Family Island entrepreneurs to access larger markets. Recognizing the need for support, our Men in Business program has already transformed lives through 2 strategic cohorts, approving $566,824.71 for 64 businesses in Cohort 1 and $114,192.03 for 13 Family Island enterprises in Cohort 2, while training 262 men through our Business Blueprint course. And our upcoming Blue Economy Accelerator, developed at the Nature Conservancy, the Inter-American Development Bank, represents another innovative step for Blue Economy entrepreneurs. This is a part of our expansive approach to supporting local entrepreneurs. We are pouring millions into the SBDC, recapitalizing BDB, making new investments into the Venture Capital Investment Fund, and expanding the TDC's capacity to support tourism-based entrepreneurs through programs like the Sun, Sand, and Souvenirs Incubation Center and the Home Sweet Home Initiative to help Bahamians enter the vacation home rental market. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, our talented, extraordinary citizens are the reason I'm so hopeful about the future. It's our responsibility to create an environment that allows their talents to shine and an economy that allows them to rise up. We recognize the incredible diversity of talent we have, so we are creating educational and training programs that support a range of interests and skills, from our National Youth Guard to Blue Economy maritime opportunities, to new entrepreneurs, to farmers, and many more. We are ready to support Bahamians who want to work hard and create and seize new opportunities. This is how we are going to close the gap between our national potential and our national reality. And it is one Bahamian at a time.
I like that idea. Right? National potential and national reality.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, many components of this budget carry forward the work we began when we came into office, work that has laid a strong foundation for progress. At the same time, we are introducing new measures that respond directly to the challenges we face today, and that move us closer to the aspirations we share for tomorrow. Next week, I look forward to opening the budget debate. That will be my opportunity to speak in greater detail about the investments that we are making, investments in our people, in our country, in our future. Right now, I want to leave you with a sense of my deep optimism for the country we are building together. Let me be clear. Optimism is not the same as complacency. We know there is a great deal of work ahead. And we know that the road will not always be easy. But together, we will steer this country forward with purpose, with determination, and with hope.
Yes.
Hope reigns eternal. Madam Speaker.
Gentlemen, we are coming to you live from Rawson Square. You would have just heard Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Davis, give his official budget contribution. A lot of great things that are happening right now that he has unveiled and revealed. It's a lot of information though, April. Like, we were trying to follow along as much as possible. What are some of the things that stood out for you?
Those keywords he mentioned: security, affordability, opportunity, and then reform. Those were some of the areas that he really highlighted, just to name a few, to touch on those areas like healthcare. I know we talked about education, school, the breakfast program being expanded, and then again with the National Youth Guard, the SBDC program, talking more so about the expansion for BTVI. That entire communication really spoke to young persons. Well, not the entire, but a good majority of that communication spoke to young people. And I think that's what I was looking forward to hearing.
I think one of the things too, we see really the government's focus on upskilling Bahamians, right?
Yes.
So there are a lot of educational programs that have been launched, again, for young people, and even some not so young people, I imagine, who can participate in these sort of initiatives. You know, there is also a lot of investment headed our way. He spoke to $2.6 million investment in the National Maritime Agency, or Academy rather, and he also spoke to sort of this boost that he's looking toward for agriculture. One of the things that we've spoken of at length over the years is getting the Bahamas to a place where we can feed ourselves. Food security is still a major issue, and one of the key elements of reaching that point successfully is really and truly a greater investment in agriculture. So that's another thing that I think was extremely important to note. Obviously, we are talking also about things like the $30 million in scholarships that have been scholarships and grants. We have another $12.6 million allocated for independent schools and up to $22.7 million for the University of the Bahamas. That is a huge deal. Major investments in education.
And also, let's not forget that 5% cut. That's probably going to be the highlight of this budget today, on baby diapers, feminine hygiene products, which I know one of our women on the street spoke to about that, wanting to see that sort of cut or relief in those sort of products, and some more. There's an itemized list that he spoke to, having that 5% decrease on. So I know that those are going to be some of the bigger takeaways. And then, of course, remember, the theme was that expanding opportunity island to island. He talks about infrastructure happening in Long Island, that road improvement project for $22 million for a $22 million contract. And then also the completion of major roadworks in Exuma, Eleuthera, Cat Island, that total investment being $250 million, bringing relief to residents and businesses. So that taps into exactly what they set us for, right? That premise of everyone's gonna feel this.
Every island will feel it for sure. I noticed that a lot of the new duty exemptions include things like construction materials.
Yep.
If we're going to be moving toward all of this generation of new businesses, new projects, investments on that front, construction and the work that's being done is going to be very important. So we've seen, customs duty removed from copper fittings and screws and all of those things, and you don't necessarily think about those things, but those are the finer things, the fineries that make your project, that finish your project. So it's going to be good to see some of that. I heard him speak to the exemptions on energy efficient appliances, which is great, especially because the government has been so adamant about its energy transformation. And I know Bahamians have generally begun that sort of move toward that, but this is definitely a bigger push, a bigger incentive for Bahamians to invest in more energy efficient products, because now you don't have to pay the duty on those things coming in, which will in turn have a lot of other ripple effects. So there's a lot to cover. I know over the next several minutes or so, we are going to keep breaking down some of the highlights, some of the key elements, but we also have a lot of interviews. I do believe that very soon we'll be speaking to the Deputy Prime Minister about some of the investments that are being lined up, and I know you have some really interesting interviews in the can, and I can't wait to hear all of the amazing things from these different people and their reactions. I'm interested in the reactions of the public, reactions of government ministers, reactions of everyone to the Prime Minister's contribution and what that really means for us moving forward. So ladies and gentlemen, we thank you so much for coming back and for staying with us during our live coverage of Budget 2025 here from Rawson Square, where the Prime Minister has just finished his official budget communication. Ladies and gentlemen, continue to engage with us, but we will be right back after this short break.
Grade 7 Big Brother can't even count. Firstly, I change. I wear socks now. Therefore, I want you to hear me out as to why I think you need to understand the budget. You ever know what happened to your money? What is the budget? In one sentence, that's all the money that the government have to spend and what they spend it on. But I see you in the dark, round with the lawyers, and they dropping these big words on you. That's because they trying to confuse you. To understand the budget, you really only need to understand three things. How much money we have, or we think we have, what you want to spend the money on, and what's the most important thing to spend the money on. Revenue is whatever money the government makes. So like hotel taxes, the VAT that you pay on the noodles, the customs you're supposed to pay on your jockey, but you lie on the wife and say, these jockeys ain't new, these my old jockey. And the custom officer know you lying, but the line long, and he ain't trying to row with no big man over no jockey. All of that is revenue. Revenue is important because you have to have money to spend money. Doctors, police, teacher, roadman, the government got to pay all of them, but that's just the labor. All those people need tools and supplies, and the buildings that they in need to get repaired or expand, but money got to spend, and that's expenditure. But it's the thing, it's only so much revenue and everybody got ideas. See, some things can make us more money, while some things can save us money. And then some things you just have to do because it's the right thing to do. We got to figure out what the priority is. See, now you want to see a pitch. All right, so let me give you an example. Like in my house, right? I can either buy the expensive Santa candles, but then I don't have enough money to pay BPL. So now I need more candles because my power off. Or I buy some cheap candles, put something on the light bill. Now I don't need to use the candles because why? My light ain't off. That's basically it. I mean, also there's like deficit and debt. So like, If you needed to spend more money than you just make, that's a deficit because you deficient. But you need things. You never short like 50 cents in the food store and ask the person behind you for quarter. You got a deficit. And then you had to borrow them 2 quarters and now you owe that person. So you was in debt, but you had to do it for the groceries. Sometimes the government is do that too. But unlike you who never paid that man back his 50 cents, the government is have to pay the money back what they owe. And that's everything you need to know to understand the budget. But you don't remember nothing else. Just remember, stop lying about your jockey, babe. Pay the tax on your jockey, big bro.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our live coverage of Budget 2025 here in Rawson Square. We just heard from the Prime Minister, and now joining me on set is the Deputy Prime Minister, Chester Cooper. Mr. Cooper, this is being called sort of a people's budget, right? But this is also a sort of momentum budget. It's a continuation and an expansion of so many initiatives that this administration has already started. From your role in the investment sector, can we talk about some of the things that the Prime Minister alluded to in terms of incoming investments and what that really means for our national economy?
Firstly, let me tell you, this is an exciting day for the country. This is an amazing budget, if I might say so myself. The Prime Minister and the team from Ministry of Finance firstly must be commended for putting it all together, and really him for delivering it so well. The reality is that we have put the fiscal house in order. We met a set of cards that told a story of decay and lack of progress in the economy, and we've turned it all around. So today was an incredible story of progress. Next budget, the upcoming budget, we're projecting a surplus, unheard of in 53 years of independent Bahamas. And the reality of what we saw was really significant and steady progress in the work we've been doing. Growing the economy, growth in tourism, growth in foreign direct investments, really getting the house in order so that we can offer more opportunities for Bahamians. So you'll hear a lot of talk about expanding opportunities one island at a time all across the islands of the Bahamas. We want to ensure that whilst we count and record the record numbers of tourists, as we count and record low unemployment level, as we rave about increases in revenues, that people across the islands are feeling the impact of the numbers. So this just isn't an exercise about numbers, it's really about people, empowering people, creating opportunities for all family islanders as well as city dwellers. And this is why this budget is so important. It's an exciting one.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because that is the crux of the matter. Until people can feel it, until it becomes visible to them, it's just numbers, right? So what are some of the things that Bahamians will see in terms of results as we continue to not only debate this budget, but we see the implementation of the initiatives that have been announced?
So firstly, there's a lot said about upskilling Bahamians to improve their lot in life, their quality of life, their living, be able to get better jobs. Whilst unemployment is low, many people, we realize, are still having a difficult time making ends meet. So we want to see how we can help them to improve their quality of life, their affordability of the economy, etc., by really upskilling them in many ways. So that's a big component. It's really about people. And then, of course, we have a lot of things that we're working on that Bahamians can touch, see, and feel. There's a massive infrastructure development program for the family islands and for New Providence, roads and docks and bridges and airports being built all across the islands of the Bahamas. You will see this unfold over the course of the debate. We're seeing massive energy reform like never seen before in the country. The implementation of solar and the encouragement of electric vehicles, etc. We're seeing massive reductions in in customs duties on various initiatives. And we're seeing a lowering of VAT on medicines, on baby diapers, on feminine products, on Depends. So we're looking out for the children, the women, the elderly, and we are ensuring that everyone is touched as a result of a very progressive budget. We've reduced VAT on stem cell therapy. We anticipate that this is going to be a growing industry that creates opportunities for young professionals who may live abroad, who now can come home and participate in a very vibrant sector. But the reality of where we are is that we are demonstrating significant progress that we have made in the economy. All of the metrics are going in the right direction. We're on target to meet our deficit projection, and we're projecting better days ahead. We're seeing the results of the work that we've put in. We've been working diligently over the last 3.5 years, and now we're seeing it manifested in the numbers. The numbers don't lie. So today we're able to put numbers to back up the things that we have been saying over the course of time. We recognize, though, that we're not yet where we need to be. We recognize that many Bahamians are still confronted by the cost of living, and many things in the budget and the policies you will see rolled out will be to address these issues that confront everyday Bahamian.
Okay, in our final moments with you, Deputy Prime Minister, I'd like you to speak to this island by island theme. A lot of times there's a concern that things happen only in the capital, and if you don't live here, the opportunity really isn't there for you. I've been asking this question, and I want to pose it to you as well. What is your advice to Bahamians in terms of making sure that they avail themselves of the opportunities that are coming on stream? How do we make sure that Bahamians understand that this is the time now to ready themselves, to prepare themselves, whether that means that they're taking advantage of the upskilling programs that the government is offering, or whether that's something they're doing on their own time? What advice do you give to the listening audience right now?
Firstly, when we came to office, we emphasized that we were not a Nassau-centric administration. The Prime Minister is from Cat Island, Rumkeys, and Salvador. The Deputy Prime Minister is from Exuma, who also represents Ragged Island. And we wanted to demonstrate that we're looking out for the entirety of the Bahamas, from Grand Bahama to Bimini to Inagua, Maguana, everywhere in between. It is important when we roll out and we talk about the investments that's coming, whether it's Celebration Key in Grand Bahama that's hiring, or whether it's a project in the Exumas or Eleuthera that's under construction, right? There's opportunity in the construction space, and opportunities for jobs, opportunities to be vendors, opportunities to have entrepreneurial ventures, opportunities to participate in the tourism industry, whether it's a new tour or a new service, participate in the construction business where we are seeing significant growth. And what we have emphasized in the budget communication today is that we know that there is a gap between the opportunities we talk about and people seizing them. So we are providing funding through the various agencies of government, the SBDC, the TDC, the Venture Fund, BDB, etc. And all of those agencies are funded. And then we're providing upskilling opportunities. And then in all of these islands, we're providing entrepreneurial expos to teach the art of getting into business, to handhold persons to get involved in business. And then there are jobs, right? So we don't emphasize the jobs, although we rave about the now very low unemployment, the lowest since 2008, in the 5% range. And this is really phenomenal. So people are returning now to the family islands. Many people are moving back to Grand Bahama, for example. People are moving back to Exuma and Eleuthera, and that's the whole idea. Island by island, we're creating opportunities. I would personally prefer to be spending most of my time in Exuma, right? As many others from family islands want to go back home, we're creating these opportunities, and this is how we are going to develop the islands of the Bahamas in its truest form. It will take us doing it with our own hands, and the government is available to facilitate the growth, development, the opportunity, and ensuring that Bahamians are empowered to seize the opportunities that we are creating as a government.
Absolutely, but I want to thank you so much, Deputy Prime Minister, for being here. Like I said, this is a momentum budget as well, so it's good to hear you speak to some of those things. Ladies and gentlemen, we have more live from Rawson Square in just a few minutes. Stay with us. Our live coverage of Budget 2025 continues after this.
For this year's budget, I would definitely say focus is needed on healthcare, particularly in the Family Islands.
I think that healthcare would be the main issue that the government should address within this budget, because especially simple as going into PMH, there are a lot of things with the naked eye that you can't see that needs upgrading.
The number one issue I'd like to see them address in the budget this year is the cost of living.
Definitely wages for Bahamians from all walks of life.
Definitely social service. Are we going to neglect the homeless individuals, or are we going to have a budget for the homeless, those that don't have homes, those type of cases?
One of the things will be definitely trying to get the younger entrepreneurs that are involved in the tourism industry, saying that tourism is our number one business, more involved, whereas they're seeing the benefits of the increase in tourist arrivals to the country.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow a closer look on our social media platforms.
A lot of kids are not basically educationally inclined, academically inclined, I should say. So we want to get more programs whereas they can use whatever skills and talents they have, become more fruitful citizens and have an impact on not only their peers, but the future of this country.
We could put more focus on NHI rather than having just regular visits, maybe more in-depth visits dealing with specialty areas with the NHI. So if you have cancer, maybe you could get more funding for cancer, the major issues.
More focus should be placed on the Family Islands that don't have as much resources, doctors, nurses. I think that focus should be placed on placing doctors and nurses there, and also even building structures that can, essentially better the healthcare system on the Family Islands.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow a closer look on our social media platforms.
Some years ago, I benefited from an entrepreneurship grant with small business development.
I've benefited from a government opportunity. I had a contract, 1 or 2 contracts,
Actually, a lot of Bahamian students actually benefit from a grant, especially with NUB. I would have had a point myself.
Most definitely, I feel that the government should contribute more to the entrepreneurship department, the small business development.
I think we need more funding in areas, especially with now, content creation is such a great factor.
If they really come through on monetization for social media, I think a lot of Bahamians' lives would be changed.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow a closer look on our social media platforms.
I understand that the budget is in place so we can know where money would be allocated to assist different departments within the Bahamas.
Well, the budget is to allocate funds for the different department heads. That's what the budget is about.
Yeah, I know what the budget is. The budget is just for the government to continue to run the country.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow a closer look on our social media platforms.
For this year's budget, I would definitely say focus is needed on healthcare, particularly in the Family Islands.
I think that healthcare would be the main issue that the government should address within this budget, because especially simple as going into PMH, there are a lot of things with the naked eye that you can't see that needs upgrading.
The number one issue I'd like to see them address in the budget this year is the cost of living.
Definitely wages for Bahamians from all walks of life.
Definitely social service. Are we going to neglect the homeless individuals, or are we going to have a budget for the homeless, those that don't have homes, those type of cases?
One of the things will be definitely trying to get the younger entrepreneurs that are involved in the tourism industry, saying that tourism is our number one business, more involved, whereas they're seeing the benefits of the increase in tourist arrivals to the country.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
I'm Arabina Apia. You're watching A Closer Look Presents. We are live from Rawson Square. In the wake of the Prime Minister's official budget communication, we are getting reactions, and our roving correspondent, April Sands, is on the ground. April, who do you have with you right now?
Hi, Robina, and we are back still here on the grounds of Parliament, but now we're here with a special guest, of course, the Minister of Energy. And you can't talk about cost of living without the cost of energy. Energy has been so extremely transformed within such a short period of time. Can you tell us, though, what the Prime Minister has spoken to as it relates to those highlights today?
First of all, I'm so proud of our Prime Minister and the way he presented our budget today. He presented it in detail to the Bahamian people about the opportunities and what opportunities have been expanded. He spoke about a balanced budget being presented and a budget with a surplus. But inside of that budget, he laid out more details about the energy reform that's been taking place in our country. We are completely transforming and modernizing our electricity grid. We're upgrading our transmission and distribution system. We're also expanding our microgrid, hybrid microgrid systems on our family islands. We have a lot of Bahamians involved in all of these projects. We're implementing utility scale solar in New Providence, and we also have solar and renewables implemented on our family island projects, and we're looking forward to the transformation. The Prime Minister also spoke about VAT reduction and exemptions that are coming on energy efficient appliances, therefore encouraging our families to continue to transition with us, to continue to transform the way they use energy, and also a part of teaching them and educating them of the benefits of energy efficient appliances on lowering the cost of their electricity. But we've been getting great news up to today that the cost of electricity have been lowered tremendously. The last update I got was in March. We had about 64,000 residential consumers with bills under $125. Mind you now, BPL has 94,000, about that number, residential consumers. So that's a huge percentage of their residential consumers that are feeling the benefit of the lower cost of electricity, putting more funds in their pockets for their families.
That's one of the things I've been so impressed with this administration is that very fast turnaround. The Ministry of Energy is a new ministry, and to know that you all really created a reform strategy that put the people first. Speak to that and why that was so important.
It was really important. The Prime Minister's message is to make sure that the people, the Bahamian people, can feel the benefit of our policies, of our initiatives, not just to talk it, but also for it to become a reality. And so the same attitude I displayed when I was in housing, making sure we get homes popping out the ground and giving keys. I did the same for energy, making sure that we're just not implementing and talking and having pictures, but we're also getting reports, testimonials, and excitement as I meet families throughout the Bahamas telling me how beneficial it has been, the transformation, the reliability, and also the affordability of the electricity sector. And so I'm excited about what's been happening. I'm so proud of the team, the staff, the executives, the board of BPL. They have been tremendous in this transition. I'm so excited about the work and the support of the Attorney General and the officers at the Attorney General office. My team at Ministry of Energy and Transport have been tremendous. It's been a heavy lift, 18 months of nonstop work, but we're seeing the results, and that's the benefit of all of this.
And I love that. Numbers don't lie. We could sit here and brag all day, but those numbers are remarkable. 64, did you say 64,000? In a 90,000 market. Awesome. And so with that being said, I want to hear more about energy. I know Bahamians are looking forward to it. And that's really the cut in cost of living. When we talk about cost of living, that is the huge part of it right there. And so
the cost of living, I just want to also interject the transformation and the change to more cleaner fuels and also renewables. So based on our numbers, if all of our projects come online when they should and everything goes well, we will achieve by 2030, not the 30%, but 32% renewables by 2030.
Wow, that is awesome. That is the Minister of Energy, JoBeth Colby Davis. We are so happy with what this government, of course, has been doing for the past few years. This is the 5th budget, communications now, and of course, we are looking forward to hearing from more ministers. I'm going to throw it back to you, Robino.
Thanks so much, April. I know that's a lot of great information that the minister has provided, a lot of details, and we expect to see even more of it roll out. Ladies and gentlemen, joining me now is the Executive Director of the SBDC, Samantha Duncombe. Welcome to the show.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. We have been talking to entrepreneurs, persons, clients of the SBDC, and we have heard the rave reviews about the work that you guys are doing, and the Prime Minister's communication sort of cemented that in terms of what his administration's focus is for business owners. You know, how do you see the SBDC really helping the government reach that goal of, you know, improved entrepreneurial experiences for creative Bahamians especially?
Yeah. So first of all, I think the theme expanding opportunities is so fitting, right? And through the SBDC, we've been able to do that, particularly more so over the course of the past 3 years. What was also very prominent was the level of investment that would be undertaken in terms of capacity building. And so the expansion of BTVI and the Marine Resources Institute, et cetera. And so I think, again, you know, SBDC holds at its core the capacity building entrepreneurial training aspect, right? As part of our job, we are supposed to provide access. And yes, it's access to funding, as access to a more strengthened and enabled ecosystem. But it is also from the standpoint of making sure that people are ready, entrepreneurs are ready. That readiness is easily accessible through the various capacity building.
Well, in speaking to some of your clients, I think you guys are succeeding at a high level because they talk about and they rave about the follow-up that they receive through the SBDC, checking in to make sure that they are meeting their targets, that they are, you know, practicing the good business habits, that they are, you know, working on expanding. And you mentioned sort of that upskilling. Why is that so important? Because I think people think, okay, well, I have this great idea. I know it's a great idea and I'm just going to go and do it. You know, why is that upskilling? Why is that training so important? Because, you know, at the end of the day, small businesses are the engine of our economy. So how do we make sure, or why is it important that entrepreneurs, people with the ideas, you know, make sure that they are doing what they need to do to sustain the business they have for their idea?
And I think we should look at it in two lenses, right? So the first lens is, yes, you have those existing business who've been doing well, doing well from their perspective. However, we live in an evolving, rapidly changing environment, business environment, external shocks. And so having a higher degree or level of business acumen allows you to sustain those shocks, right? And so it is very important to make sure that that capacity building, that training is key. I know a lot of entrepreneurs, a lot of people want to just focus on accessing that funding, right? But you know, you could get $1 today and lose it tomorrow if you're not able to properly, fundamentally use principles to help to sustain your growth. Or your existence.
I'm glad you mentioned the sort of external shocks because as a small island developing state, the Bahamas is usually at the whim of you know, whatever economic winds are, whatever global conditions are. And that is often a struggle for for local businesses and local entrepreneurs. So how are we really assisting them? Like, what are some of the specific things that the SBDC, sorry, has been focused on in terms of helping your clients navigate those global shocks and pressures? Because the Prime Minister did speak to some of that in his contributions. What is happening in the US, what's happening in Canada, what's happening in Latin America, and how those things impact us here at home.
Yeah. So there are a couple of things. So one, you first have to understand your market. Right? And so where you're placed in the market, that could be from a domestic standpoint, and if you're scaling for export internationally as well. The other part of that I think is key is it has a lot to do with digital transformation and making sure that your business is automated to a very high degree in one aspect. But the digitalization allows you to become even more efficient and nimble. And so eliminating some of these manual processes, but being able to access your products and services by a click of a button, being able to process payments by a click of a button, being able to get information about your products and services by a click of a button. We hold these devices so dear to our hearts. And so you need to make sure that your adaptability as an entrepreneur and small business allows for that level of technological innovation and integration, and I think that is key. The other thing too is making sure that your product and or service is sustainable. And so what I mean by that is, again, we are in this evolving environment, and we are looking at how these external shocks impact us. How are you then making sure that you can adapt those products and services to respond and or mitigate these external shocks? And all of this should be outlined in your business plan. You really should have a well thought out, a well verified strategy as to how you maintain and how you cope and how you thrive.
Considering all of the things that the Prime Minister spoke to and alluded to, from your perspective, is there anything else that you would like to see, in future budget allocations? What are you looking at in terms of really just making sure that, we continue building on this momentum?
Well, that is a very interesting question, but I will preface it to say this. I was very excited to hear about the expansion in agriculture and fisheries, which culminates into food sustainability, right? Food security. And we've been talking about that for so long. It's, you now start to see that there is intentional effort being made to make sure that the Bahamas can feed itself. You've heard him mention our imports, 83% I think it is, and that's very, very high. What I would like to see moving forward, and what I anticipate we will probably hear across the various ministries and their portfolios, is what type of legislative adjustments have also been put on the table, concessions that might be needed to help to foster some of these new industries. He mentioned the fly fishing initiative. He mentioned a few other things, right? Agriculture, we talk about that, the packing houses, how are we adjusting in these various processes that are antiquated. And so I am excited. I won't say that it probably will come in some of these budget communications, and I anticipate to hear more about it.
From where you're sitting, I know that your clients often reach out to discuss things like this. What are you expecting to hear from clients of the SBDC, entrepreneurs who may just be looking for information? What sort of questions are you anticipating based on the Prime Minister's communication?
Well, because there was such a focus on expanding opportunities, and then there was that specific focus on from island to island, which is key. And so I expect to get queries about, okay, what else should be happening across the Family Islands? What else can SBDC do to help entrepreneurs and small businesses capitalize and take advantage of these opportunities, foreign direct investment opportunities, as well as local opportunities across the islands. You just heard about the sale in Grand Bahama. I mean, that's been long awaiting, right? And so I'm sure that there are a number of Grand Bahamians just, okay, how can I get ready? What can I do? How can SBDC support us in doing so? And so the first thing is it has a lot to do with capacity building. The other thing is understanding what opportunities lies within these various agreements that have been signed, deals that have been signed. And I can tell you, I think that it is extremely motivating to hear that these things are on the horizon, that work is about to begin. It's just a matter of where can you fit in? Where can you fit in this economy?
I love that you brought it back to the theme, that expanding opportunities island by island. I know for a fact that the SBDC has been very active on Grand Bahama, talking to entrepreneurs there. And so, what can other Family Island residents, other Family Island entrepreneurs, how do they reach out to you? Are there offices on the Family Islands that are going to help facilitate the communication? Is it still something that they have to do through, the online website or here in the capital? Like, what are we looking at from the SBDC's perspective in terms of making sure that no island is left out of the opportunities on the way?
Robina, that has been one of our very strategic and intentional focus is on the Family Islands. And we understand that it may be seeming as though, all services and offerings are Nassau-centric. And so we made an intentional effort to be on the ground across the Family Islands. We just got out of Exuma not too long ago. We were in Eleuthera not too long ago. We are headed to Long Island, Abaco, as well as Cat Island shortly. And what is important to note is, yes, you can access the SBDC, whether it's through our website, whether it's through phone calls, whether it's across our social media platforms, but we certainly have team members on some of the islands, such as Abaco, such as Exuma, such as Long Island, such as Grand Bahama. So reach out to those senior business advisors and get the support. What is also very important to understand is that we are also coming to you. And so we think it's important that each Family Island has a uniqueness to it. And so they deserve for us to have tailor-made programs, tailor-made initiatives to where we can address the uniqueness across each island. But we're there in person. We're providing the entrepreneur clinics. We're providing the access in person. We give that extra effort where it is needed across our islands.
Absolutely. That's such great information, and I'm glad you were able to stop by and share that with us. Ladies and gentlemen, Samantha Duncombe of the SBDC. We have so much more show. I believe our roving correspondent, April Sands, is out in the field. April, tell us what's going on the ground floor.
Yeah, we are still out here, but this time with, of course, a different face. We all know that we have such a positive trajectory with this particular communication, but that would not have happened if, in fact, we did not have positive placement. And so we want to talk about those highlights that have gotten us here to a balanced budget with a surplus. Tell us about how we've gotten here and how this administration has really been able to pull this off.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. It's very important to underscore that this 2025-2026 budget comes on the backdrop of very positive economic observations. I mean, first of all, we had the expansion in our GDP of $14.1 billion, the highest ever, and the Davis administration has to be commended for that. We also have the reduction in the unemployment rate to 8.1%, which is the lowest from 2008. And again, the Davis administration has to be commended for that as well. If you look, we're downtown and we're bustling with tourists. I mean, 11.1 million tourists in 2024. That is significant. And these numbers not only represent just figures, but they represent economic opportunities for Bahamians. And so we are very excited about the skill and the care that the Davis administration has shown in navigating our economic situation. I mean, you mentioned we have a balanced budget. Can you imagine we have a surplus. I mean, these are very significant, and these are all balanced against the Davis administration carrying out its efforts and all of its initiatives in the Blueprint for Change. And so we're excited about that. The Davis administration also mentioned the support for the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources from $25 to $35 million, and this directly support our farmers. It is extremely important that we can feed ourselves in this country. I normally say that food security is a national security issue, and so we are excited about those initiatives that are directly in the budget, and it shows that the administration understand what is important to Bahamians. The Prime Minister also spoke about the Golden Yoke program, again another initiative where the government is focused on feeding itself and focused on food security. If you would drive out to the Gladstone Road site where the program is being held, you will see an expansion. You will see buildings going up. You will see chicken coops being built, all in an effort to expand the Golden Yoke program. And it's very important to underscore that we are currently producing eggs now through the National Layer Program. And so, you know, the Minister of Agriculture and Marine Resources is to be commended, along with the Minister of Works as well. It should be commended in ensuring that this program is successful. And so we're very excited about the efforts that the Davis administration is placing. Another initiative, or another question Bahamians normally have is, look, what's in this budget for me? Well, I can say for certain that there will be no new taxes in this budget. And so we're excited about that. And we're doing that, the Davis administration is doing that while also carrying out its initiatives. And so this is considered good economic stewardship, and the Davis administration ought to be commended.
And that's exactly right. We call this the People First budget. I know that's what we were sort of saying in the beginning of all this, and really that's what it's proven to be. Now, of course, if you're just tuning in, I want to remind we are with the Senator Darren Pickstock. Thank you so much for being here with us and tuning in. Of course, now we're going to throw it back to Robina.
Thank you so much, April. Joining me now on the set is Mr. Dwight Gibson, who is the Director of Operations and Product Development at the Tourism Development Corporation. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
You know, the Prime Minister has presented what can only be described as a very comprehensive budget communication. Obviously, there's a lot to unpack. From your perspective, I know tourism continues to grow. There's a lot of activity in the tourism sector at this moment. How do we make sure that more Bahamians are benefiting beyond just the sort of entry-level position? And how do you see the work that you guys do at the TDC in alignment with, you know, some of the things that the Prime Minister alluded to in his contribution?
So let me say that, you know, we're excited with the budget that was presented. I mean, apart from the fact that it's our first balanced budget, when it talks about family island development and creating opportunities, that is right in line with what TDC's mandate is about. So at the Tourism Development Corporation, we are focused on developing small and medium-sized businesses in the tourism industry. So how do we ensure that when someone says 11 million, 12 million, 13 million tourists, it resonates with everybody, right? How do I tap into that industry? Remove that perception that it's only for a few, you know, of the privileged, and that everyone has an opportunity to impact tourism directly or indirectly, and to be in that industry and to benefit from it, right? This year, we took a strategic approach to focus on family islands. So it's quite interesting that that is the theme for the budget this year. I don't think, you know, that's divine intervention, if I would call it, but that's been our mandate and focus for this year.
I love that you mentioned the theme, because that island by island, you know, expansion of opportunities is a key point coming out of the Prime Minister's contribution. It is to ensure that everyone across the country and all the inhabited islands have access. But you know, in terms of the product development in the tourism sector, you know, what does the new wave of product development look like? You know, because when people think of tourism business, they're thinking maybe tours, they're thinking, you know, supplying trinkets and things like that. What should Bahamians be thinking thinking about in terms of providing a sort of fresh, batch of product offerings to persons looking to visit the Bahamas?
So when you look at the tourism industry, it's very vast, right? There's direct and indirect, obviously, tourism. We would have, for example, just closed the Home Sweet Home program, which is our vacation rentals program. That was over $1 million invested into that industry to provide opportunities for persons to get into either for the first time or to improve their vacation home rentals, and that was throughout the entire Bahamas. And so, yeah, a lot of people think about, a tour or a taxi driver or something of the sort, but when you think about the ancillary products, when you think about, which is also part of our mandate, the environment, right? So part of our remit is the revitalization of Bay Street, which goes to the tourism experience. So what we, at 2DC, what we're looking for are people to come to us with creative ideas, right? Our doors are open. Nothing is essentially off the table. But we want people to look at tourism from A to Z, not just, as you said, the traditional tourist things. Persons that are coming here are looking for experiences. They're looking for curated tours. They're looking for cultural interaction. We started 2 months ago a Bites on Bay event on Saturdays, the last Saturday in the month, which gave us an opportunity to introduce Bahamian food to the tourist market. So I think there are no limits. The only limits are what you put on yourself. And TDC is about creating opportunities across the board.
Let's talk about, some of the conversations that you guys are having with potential entrepreneurs in the tourism sector then, because again, I think there is this sort of mindset that you're a little limited if you want to get in. So what sort of conversations are being had in terms of shifting that mindset among potential entrepreneurs, and how do you see the Prime Minister's budget contribution helping to align with that?
So, when we look at what we've been doing and what we have coming down the pipeline, in Western Grand Bahama, we're now doing a conch shell carving class, right? And one of the things, if you've been to West End, there are thousands of conch shells along the beach. So we brought in an expert that's running a class right now that's teaching how you can take those conch shells and make jewelry. You can make other products out of them. So again, tapping into the resources that you have right at your fingertips, and how can I turn that into a business opportunity? When you look at there's a gentleman in Andros that does wood carvings on sailboats. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. But nobody knows about it. So for TDC, it's about exposure. It's about getting them out, right? Our incubator program, which is a program where we create retail spaces for persons that have a product, may not have the resources to get that to market or to be able to show it to the public. So we can provide you a retail space at very, very reasonable rates to allow you to introduce your product into the marketplace. So, I think for TDC, when we look at the budget, this is an exciting time for us. Opportunities are endless, and we're excited. We're just ready to take advantage of it.
I know one of the major questions always is funding. So let's talk about how the TDC assists, if it does, in helping to fund creative entrepreneurial ventures in the tourism sector, and how can people avail themselves of that sort of support?
Right. So there's two means. TDC itself does a lot of grant programs, and our limitations on, we don't have many limitations on grant programs, right? We have the flexibility to create programs. Like we're now just about to embark on a fly fishing training program, and which has been also talked about in the budget, expansion of that industry. But through our strategic partnerships with like the Development Bank, the SBDC, the Venture Capital Fund, and other financial institutions, we can partner with them to make that funding available to individuals. So grants in the first place, but then for persons that need much larger or more sustained type funding, we access our strategic partners.
A lot of persons coming to the TDC to request that kind of assistance, and what sort of relationships do you see being cultivated in that space?
We do. We do a lot of technical assistance. TDC is not just about the financial part of it, but business development, marketing, PR. So the way that we're set up, if you walk into us and you just have an idea in your head, our mandate and our goal is to bring that to reality. Right, so whether that incorporates funding, whether it's marketing, business development, plan writing, we have between on-staff and consultants and partners that we have in place can help bring your business to fruition.
You mentioned the strategic partnerships with agencies like the SBDC, the Bahamas Development Bank. Can we talk about what those collaborations look like? Because you're all in the sort of same field, and I know, I'm sure you're not duplicating efforts. So what does the relationship between those entities look like?
So the relationship is good. I think we have been able to respect each other's sort of expertise. And they understand that we're more tourism focused as opposed to some of the other small cottage industries. We did recently a grant loan program with Development Bank, which was, we provided a grant, Development Bank provided the additional funding through a loan. So those types of initiatives we have in place, and we want to develop more of those. I know SBDC, we have talked about how we can collaborate a lot more on programs that they have. I think now is the time for persons to access a myriad of opportunities, right? And to not think that any idea is, too small and can't happen or maybe impossible. You have a number of agencies that are working together, in addition to obviously their own mandates, but that are collaborating for the betterment of the Bahamian people.
And how do persons in the Family Islands, because I believe that, everyone, or most people may know how to contact you here in the capital, how do Family Island entrepreneurs in the tourism sector, how do they reach out to the TDC? How do they make contact and get the support that you're describing?
So in the Family Islands, we've been working through the tourism office, local tourism offices, obviously the partnership with the Ministry of Tourism. We have also been doing, as I said, strategic trips into the islands. So doing town halls with and community meetings in the islands. We've been into Andros, Exuma. We'll be going into Cat Island very soon. We've been into Long Island. So each island will get touched with a visit from the Tourism Development Corporation. But you can always access us through any local Ministry of Tourism office.
And what has the response been like in those Family Islands that you have visited?
People are excited. And to be honest, they're looking for more than just talk. They're looking for action. And so we've been able to deliver and go back and through things like our venture pitch program, where we have run almost like a mini type version of a Shark Tank in various islands where persons can pitch their ideas, and we've funded ideas, business in those islands. We'll be expanding that to more islands. Eleuthera is actually up next in June with our venture pitch competition. There's our website, there's the Ministry of Tourism offices. There are many ways that you can reach out to TDC.
Well, I guess in our final moments, what advice do you have for Bahamians looking to enter the tourism entrepreneurial landscape? What advice would you give them in terms of, crafting their creative ideas and coming ready to take advantage of some of the opportunities that you guys are making available?
To not to be afraid, to step out, right? Not to be afraid to take that idea that you've been kind of knocking around in your head for a while and explore it and flesh that out. To avail yourself of the many agencies that are there, of course TDC, SBDC, all of the other ones, but to look at opportunities. This is a time now for opportunities. This is a time now for us to all to benefit from the millions of tourists that come to the Bahamas. And we have a government that is very aggressive and very passionate about ensuring that everybody benefits. So, don't be afraid to step out of your box.
Absolutely. Well, sir, I want to thank you so much for being here, for taking the time out. I know that there's a lot of really great information that I think people can look forward to hearing as the contributions continue. I hope that I hope your phones are ringing off the hook as of tomorrow morning with people trying to get involved. So thank you so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have more of A Closer Look Presents Budget 2025 live from Rawson Square in just a few moments. Stay tuned.
Everybody want to be rich, but no one want to gain a master's degree from the Reds father than just School of Economics. That's me, Ice Reds. Now some of you at home right now are saying, him? Yeah, I remember him from grade 7, Big Brother can't even count. Firstly, I changed. I wear socks now. Therefore, I want you to hear me out as to why I think you need to understand the budget. You ever know what happening to your money? What is the budget? In one sentence, that's all the money that the government have to spend and what they spend it on. But I see you in the dark, round with the lawyers, and they dropping these big words on you. That's because they trying to confuse you. To understand the budget, you really only need to understand 3 things. How much money we have, or we think we have, what you want to spend the money on, and what's the most important thing to spend the money on. Revenue is whatever money the government makes. So like hotel taxes, the VAT that you pay on the noodles, the customs you're supposed to pay on your jockey, but you lie on the wife and say, these jockeys ain't new, these my old jockey. And the custom officer know you lying, but the line long, and he ain't trying to row with no big man over no jockey. All of that is revenue. Revenue is important because you have to have money to spend money. Doctors, police, teacher, roadman, the government got to pay all of them, but that's just the labor. All those people need tools and supplies, and the buildings that they in need to get repair or expand, but money got to spend. And that's expenditure. But it's the thing, it's only so much revenue and everybody got ideas. See, some things can make us more money, while some things can save us money. And then some things you just have to do because it's the right thing to do. We got to figure out what the priority is. See, now you on the same page. All right, so let me give you an example. Like in my house, right? I can either buy the expensive scented candles, but then I don't have enough money to pay BPL. So now I need more candles because my power off. Or I buy some cheap candles, put something on the light bill. And now I don't need to use the candles because why? My light ain't off. That's basically it. I mean, also there's like deficit and debt. So like, if you need to spend more money than you just make, that's a deficit because you deficient. But you need things. You never short like 50 cents in the food store and ask the person behind you for quarter. You got a deficit. And then you had to borrow them 2 quarters and now you owe that person. So you was in debt, but you had to do it for the groceries. Sometimes the government is do that too. But unlike you who never paid that man back his 50 cents, the government is have to pay the money back what they owe. And that's everything you need to know to understand the budget. But you don't remember nothing else. Just remember, stop lying about your jockey, babe. Pay the tax on your jockey, big bro.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching A Closer Look Presents Budget 2025 live from Rossett Square. And joining me now on set, we're inviting back the Director of Youth and now joined by the Deputy Director of Youth, Sandina Neely and Rashad Ritchie. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having us.
So Sandina, we had our predictions at the start. Now that the Prime Minister has completed his contribution, what were some of the key takeaways and highlights for you?
I especially liked the lingo where he talked about focusing, and he highlighted the various opportunities that will be available and affordable for Bahamians, and we know that young Bahamians look forward to anything that is affordability because things. And so we're very happy to see all of the affordable options that are available.
Absolutely. Mr. Ritchie, he spoke a lot to the upskilling, the training programs that are going to be made available specifically to young people. You know, as someone who deals with young people every day, what does that mean for the work of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture and the Division of Youth as well?
Yeah, I think the Prime Minister really harped on these upskilling opportunities, particularly in the National Youth Guard, that was launched out of the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture. And I like the fact that the Prime Minister highlighted that so many persons that went through that program are now gainfully employed. So it shows the success of that program, and I encourage all young persons to participate in that program. The Prime Minister spoke about the Polytechnic Accreditation Hub. So again, upskilling opportunities that will provide avenues for young people to gain skills, which will also increase their employability and advance their economic resilience. So I think the budget is something that we all can be proud of, and it's something that young persons just need to now take opportunities that have been made and been created.
For sure. I know that, some of the ministers of government have been calling this a people's budget. I'm calling it a momentum budget, right? Because this is really an expansion of some of the work that has already been underway in terms of preparing the next generation to lead. From you guys' perspective, what are some of the things that you think young Bahamians are going to need to be able to lead us into the 22nd century and beyond?
Right. So a continuation is definitely going to be one of the key words that we're going to be using with our young people. So a lot has been built, and now we need to continue to build on that. So if we take the National Youth Ambassador Corps for an example, that's a program that was on hiatus for more than 10 years, and we brought that back last year. And so we are building a generation of young leaders representing the country locally. They're moving around the family islands. They're also on the global stage, whether it's with climate change, all of the various hot button issues that we have now. Globalization is already here, so they're feeling the effects of globalization, and so we are preparing them to lead and to lead in bigger spaces.
Anything to add, Rashad?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to piggyback off that. The Ambassador's Cause is doing exceptionally well. Young persons that we interact with on a daily basis, they're showing their skill, they're showing that self-agency, they're going out and taking lead now in the global stage. They're interacting with their colleagues and they're representing the Bahamas well, talking about continuation. We have the National Youth Parliament. We launched our sitting parliament last November, and this is a step in the right direction. So parliament used to be once a year. We're now having it more times, giving young persons opportunities to voice their concerns, voice their opinions, but we are even trying to take it a step further by supporting them and taking community action to solve some of the issues. And so young persons as young as 16 years old are getting local experience and taking community action as well as global experience, engaging with their counterparts. And so we interact with future prime ministers, future ministers of foreign affairs, future community leaders, future MPs on a daily basis. We have the programs that are preparing young people, and so we just invite them to take advantage of it.
From where you both sit, what do you think has been the biggest shift in the terms of youth development and youth programs, in previous years? And how, in your opinion, does the Prime Minister's budget contribution today set us up for an even greater shift into something else headed into the future?
So one of the biggest shifts has been the level of engagement. We now have every sector that has young people engaged. And so we know that that shift will continue. So you're going to see young people being supported at all levels and all sectors. So we're looking forward to all the great things that will happen.
And why do you think it's important to include young people? And we're back to that word inclusion. Now, why is it important that we include young people in the national conversation? Things like the economy, things like healthcare. Why should they have a seat and have a voice in those discussions?
So what you'd find is once you give young people an opportunity to be included, they not only take ownership, but you have their buy-in. And so then it becomes easier because then it's not a budget just in name. It's a budget that will be embraced by young people and they can see the opportunities for themselves.
Yeah, I think young people, I think inclusion is not an option anymore. Young people are demanding to be at the table. They're demanding to be included. They're bursting through our doors, telling us that this is their house, this is their place. And so they are listening to the conversations. They're asking the tough questions, and they're holding us accountable. So I don't think inclusion is an option. But I think in terms of that continuation and preparation for the next generation of leaders, it's important that they are involved from this level because this is just the beginning, the platform that they will use to continue that engagement as they build themselves into 21st century leaders. So I think inclusion isn't an option. They are demanding inclusion, demanding a seat at the table, and we're giving it to them. We're opening the doors. The budget really speaks to all of those opportunities that young people can take advantage of across different ministries and sectors. So I think the evolution of youth work and youth work has really moved from just participation and just showing up and being present, but they are taking leadership, they're taking at the helm, they're leading in the various spaces in climate change and education and entrepreneurship. The Prime Minister would have spoken heavily on the entrepreneurship opportunities through the SBDC that the government is heavily supporting, and after the main budget communication, the Prime Minister and other ministers would have began to table legislation regarding intellectual property, patent laws, and so even creatives, especially in this social media generation, right? Where young creatives are on social media creating content, they will be able to protect that and earn revenue from that. And so, I mean, it's not just a budget in name, as Director Neely would have said, but it is a budget in action. And young people just need to be aware of these opportunities and take advantage of them.
Absolutely. Well, we've talked a lot about, the things that we enjoyed from the budget. Is there anything from your perspective that hasn't been said yet in the communication? Anything else that you would like to see maybe included as we move forward in the National Youth Development process? Anything, that is still a wish list item for the Division of Youth?
Oh, we always have a laundry list of items. So you're going to see in the coming months the repopularization of the National Youth Policy, which is a framework that provides for young people. Young people are already involved in the process, and so stay tuned. You'll hear more on that. He is one of the architects of our zero draft policy, so I'm sure he has, some tidbits to share on that.
Yeah, I think the policy in itself it includes a wish list. So the policy is on that wish list, but in the policy, there are definitely a number of things that we're trying to achieve for young people. I think that in this budget, there are a lot of things that have already achieved some of the objectives of the national policy. I mean, the VAT reductions have been mentioned, making things more affordable for young people. I think that in terms of education, in terms of inclusion, all of these are, we have these new opportunities that are being made available in this budget. So I think, we have a laundry list because, a year is like 10 years for young people. So it can be one thing today and tomorrow it's something else. And so, we work in a space where we do have a moving of the goalposts, but that's the challenge that we have to ensure that we continue to evolve youth work and continue to meet the mark for ever-changing youth population. And so I think our laundry list is long, but we're ticking them off one at a time. And as we tick off, there's something else, but we're here for the long term.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank you both for being here. Sandina, thank you so much for joining us in our pre-show as well. Rashad, thank you so much for bringing your insights to our post-show programming so far. I always love talking to you guys because you bring such youthful
energy.
Yeah, man, you bring such youthful energy to the set, and I really appreciate you both taking the time out to speak to us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, there's more of A Closer Look Presents after this, so stay tuned.
Everybody want to be rich, but no one want to gain a master's degree from the Reds Farther Than Just School of Economics. That's me, Ice Reds. Now some of you at home right now saying, him? I remember him from grade 7, Big Brother can't even count. Firstly, I changed. I wear socks now. Therefore, I want you to hear into your money. What is the budget? In one sentence, that's all the money that the government have to spend and what they spend it on. But I see you in the dark, round with the lawyers, and they dropping these big words on you. That's because they trying to confuse you. To understand the budget, you really only need to understand 3 things. How much money we have, or we think we have, what you want to spend the money on, and what's the most important thing to spend the money on. Revenue is whatever money the government make. So like hotel taxes, the VAT that you pay on the noodles, the customs you're supposed to pay on your jockey, but you lie on the wife and say, these jockeys ain't new. These my old jockey. And the custom officer know you lying, but the line long, and he ain't trying to row with no big man over no jockey. All of that is revenue. Revenue is important because you have to have money to spend money. Doctors, police, teacher, roadman, the government got to pay all of them, but that's just the labor. All those people need tools and supplies, and the buildings that they in need to get repaired or expand, but money got to spend. And that's expenditure. But it's the thing, it's only so much revenue and everybody got ideas. See, some things can make us more money, while some things can save us money. And then some things you just have to do because it's the right thing to do. We got to figure out what the priority is. See, now you on the same page. All right, so let me give you an example. Like in my house, right? I can either buy the expensive Santa candles, but then I don't have enough money to pay BPL. So now I need more candles because my power off. Or I buy some cheap candles, put something on the light bill. And now I don't need to use the candles because why? My light ain't off. That's basically it. I mean, also there's like deficit and debt. So like, if you need to spend more money than you just make, that's a deficit because you deficient. But you need things. You never short like 50 cents in the food store and ask the person behind you for quarter. You had a deficit. And then you had to borrow them 2 quarters and now you owe that person. So you was in debt, but you had to do it for the groceries. Sometimes the government is do that too. But unlike you who never paid that man back his 50 cents, the government is have to pay the money back what they owe. And that's everything you need to know to understand the budget. But you don't remember nothing else. Just remember, stop lying about your jockey, babe. Pay the tax on your jockey, big bro.
For this year's budget, I would definitely say focus is needed on healthcare, particularly in the Family Islands.
I think that healthcare would be the main issue that the government should address within this budget, because especially simple as going into PMH, there are a lot of things with the naked eye that you can't see that needs upgrading.
The number one issue I'd like to see them address in the budget this year is the cost of living.
Definitely wages for Bahamians from all walks of life.
Definitely social service. Are we going to neglect the homeless individuals, or are we going to have a budget for the homeless, those that don't have homes, you know, those type of cases?
One of the things will be definitely trying to get the younger entrepreneurs that are involved in the tourism industry, saying that tourism is their number one business, more involved, whereas they're seeing the benefits of the increase in tourist arrivals to the country.
For more information on the budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
A lot of kids are not basically educationally inclined, academically inclined, I should say. So we want to get more programs whereas they can use whatever skills and talents they have to become more fruitful citizens and have an impact on not only their peers, but the future of this country.
We could put more focus on NHI rather than having just regular visits, maybe more in-depth visits dealing with specialty areas with the NHI. So if you have cancer, maybe you could get more funding for cancer, the major issues.
More focus should be placed on the Family Islands that don't have as much resources, doctors, nurses. I think that focus should be placed on placing doctors and nurses there, and also even building structures that can, essentially better the healthcare system on the Family Islands.
For more information on the budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Budget 2025 here in Rawson Square. At the moment, we are still processing a lot of the information coming out of the Prime Minister's contribution. So much information to synthesize, but I think one of the major things, one of the key takeaways is definitely, that Bahamians can expect to feel the impact of this budget through the exemptions that have been, the cuts that have been made to customs, and some of the actual initiatives that are being rolled out. At the moment, April, give me an idea of, what your thought process is, having spoken to so many different people. What have the reactions been like from your side?
I'm hearing a lot of persons say that they're feeling like this is sort of in line with what they anticipated as well. I think a lot of persons were already hoping that some of those positive initiatives that had set the tone before we got here would remain in place, like that school breakfast program, like hearing, as a matter of fact, a lot of the predictions we had actually came in the budget. I heard a lady said she wants to see a tax reduction in feminine products, and there it was. And then also seeing that sort of talking about infrastructure and road fixtures. Those were a lot of those big topics that they would hope that was going to be discussed in that communication. Also, of course, that 3% increase, that has been a bragging point now for this administration. And so I think that we're on that same trajectory to hopefully continue to see positive efforts come out of all of this. And so I think there's been a lot of sort of a contentment, I'd like to say, in reference to the outside noise, feeling like, we're okay with this, because this is sort of what we asked for. This is what we wanted originally, and it's sort of what, is now at hand. So I think it's good feedback for the most part, yeah.
So far, so good, right? Well, ladies and gentlemen, the House of Assembly is still in session as ministers lay bills. And so we will take you live to that feed, but we will be back later on with reactions from the opposition as well as the response from the government. So let's stay tuned, because A Closer Look Presents will continue after this break.
Constitution requires the Minister of Finance, before the end of each financial year, to cause to be prepared annual estimates of revenue and expenditure, for public services during the succeeding financial year, which shall be laid before the House of Assembly, and which estimates have been laid before the House of Assembly, which we have done. And whereas it is not necessary to undertake additional borrowings, given the surplus of revenue over expenditure outlined in the 25-26 estimates of revenue and expenditure, which have been laid before the House Assembly. Right? And the resolution purely is to authorize to borrow such amounts as may be necessary to refinance or reschedule existing public debt, or to manage the government's cash position in such currency as the minister may determine. And that is the effect of this resolution, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honourable member. Is there a seconder?
Seconded.
Thank you, honourable members. Order that the resolution be brought up. Order that the notice to lie on the table. Thank you, honourable member. The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
I renew all other notices in the name of the government.
Thank you, honourable member.
Renew all notices in the name of the opposition, Madam Speaker.
What's up, Minister?
I've spoken to Lundy already, so.
Okay. Adjournment?
Speaker, I move that the House on its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, the 4th of June at 10 a.m.
Second. Thank you, honourable members. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising on Wednesday, 4th of June, 2025 at 10 a.m. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment? The chair recognizes the honourable member for Carolina, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
I omitted to, as it was not as a part of the action sheet, there are two documents. The fiscal strategy report, which was laid, was not on the action sheet, and I omitted to include or lay. I beg leave of the House to be able to lay on the table of the House a copy of the medium-term financial asset management strategy report.
Thank you, honourable member. Is there a seconder?
Seconded.
Thank you, honourable members. Order that the document be brought up. Thank you. Order the document to lie on the table. Is that it? That is it. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I now move that the House to adjourn to Wednesday, the 4th of June at 10 a.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ministers are continuing to lay those documents in the House of Assembly. In just a few moments, we will hear the government's response, the official response to the Prime Minister's contribution. April, there's so much conversation still happening surrounding this budget. It has been sort of a whirlwind kind of day here in Rawson Square as we continue to, again, synthesize the information coming out of the budget. So from your perspective on today, I know you mentioned, being or feeling some of the contentment from residents who, do you anticipate any pushback in terms of some of the things that were presented today?
You know what, it's hard to say, and I haven't seen that yet. I think there's been so, not to be opportunistic or but I do believe there has been a lot of positive things in this budget today. And so it'll be interesting to see what sort of pushback there will be. But I really do believe that there's been a lot of the things that were mentioned in terms of seeing tax breaks, seeing relief in certain areas, being able to finally see infrastructures and also investments island-wide, not just in the capital. Having that expansion now on the energy reform and being able to have that commitment to seeing more lowered bills, having that number from the Minister of Energy speaking to 64,000 homes that have seen light bills even as low as $150. Those sorts of statements are pretty strong. And then to also come out and declare in a historic, profound way that this is the first balanced budget with a surplus. I would love to hear the pushback, but as of right now, I have not, and that doesn't mean that there won't be. But of course, we keep our eyes and ears open to that.
Absolutely. I think one of the things that the Deputy Prime Minister mentioned was that you have to feel the investment. People have to feel it at the grassroots level, at the ground level. And I think with time, we're going to see a lot more of that. Ladies and gentlemen, the conversation continues here in Rawson Square. April and I are going to be here for a little while longer, so stay with us. I hope you've been following along. I hope you've been enjoying our broadcast, and I hope you've been engaging in the comments. If you have concerns, if you have questions, if something in the budget communication stood out to you, be sure to drop them in the comments, because we'd love to hear from you guys in terms of what your thoughts are as well. So stay tuned. We have more interviews, more coverage live from Rawson Square Budget 2025. You're watching A Closer Look Presents.
A lot of kids are not basically educationally inclined, academically inclined, I should say. So we want to get more programs where they can use whatever skills and talents they have to become more fruitful citizens and have an impact on not only their peers, but the future of this country.
We could put more focus on NHI rather than having just regular visits, maybe more in-depth visits dealing with specialty areas with the NHI. So if you have cancer, maybe you could get more funding for cancer, the major issues.
More focus should be placed on the family islands that don't have as much resources, doctors, nurses. I think that focus should be placed on placing doctors and nurses there, and also even building structures that can, essentially better the healthcare system on the family islands.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
I don't think that it's a black and white question. I believe that the government has its reasons for spending money the way that it does, and I believe that as long as they are transparent, then we should be okay.
Most definitely. I have absolutely no problem the way they're spending the public's money once they do it and we feel it. See, now if they're spending it and it's not affecting us, then I'll have a problem.
If you can account for why you're spending, what you're spending, and people want to see the result of what it is that you said you spend.
I think that there are many places that money can be allocated more than others.
If we can see what's really, really being done with the money that's being spent, we'll be okay.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of Budget 2025 live here in Rawson Square. Thank you so much for continuing to tune in today. Joining me now on set is Housing Minister, the Honorable Keith Bell. Welcome to the show, sir.
Pleasure to be here.
Can we get your initial immediate reactions to the Prime Minister's contribution? I think, we've heard people call this the people's budget. I'm calling it a momentum budget as well, So tell me, having heard what the Prime Minister has said, how are you feeling about the fiscal plans set by this administration?
I feel very good. I feel very good for the Bahamian people. The reality is that this Prime Minister has demonstrated that he has the tenacity to take very bold steps. Even in the face of international pressure, local pressure, we stayed focused. We remain resolute in our commitment to ensure that we do the best for the Bahamian and the country. And so today he presented a budget which was the first time in our history that we didn't only just present a balanced budget, but one which has a surplus. So that's something that every Bahamian can be very proud of.
I know that you yourself will have contributions to make, and I don't want to preempt your contribution. But the last time you were here on A Closer Look, we were talking about the steps being taken in your ministry to make affordable housing more accessible for the average Bahamian. I know that that is also a priority of the Prime Minister, of his administration. What can Bahamians expect? If you can hint at any exclusive tidbits that you're able to provide for us today.
Most certainly. Well, let me say, this is the Prime Minister and an administration of action. We came into governance at a time when the former administration built no homes, not one. And so this Prime Minister has not only have to build homes, but he has to be very aggressive in what we do in the housing sector. And the demand is so significant. We have over 12,000 applications. And so today, we presented an amendment to the Housing Act by which we will access funds from the mortgage indemnity insurance. And there is another set of funding that the Prime Minister has earmarked for housing in this country. And so we're going to see a significant 7-figure injection in housing, affordable housing for the people, and that is coming in the upcoming budget. We'll say much more.
That's very significant indeed. I mean, we've talked about that 12,000. That's a lot of people trying to get homes.
It is.
Bahamians obviously want to own a piece of the rock, and it's part of the Bahamian dream, so to speak.
Absolutely.
Can you speak to the success stories, persons who have been able to avail themselves of the initiatives in the housing ministry? What has been the feedback from those residents? How are we mitigating challenges?
Well, I'll tell you, when we came into our administration, first of all, with a former administration who built no homes. Then, of course, you would appreciate that Hurricane Dorian devastated Grand Bahama and Abaco. And so this Prime Minister and this administration came in with the capacity and tenacity to not just build homes here in New Providence, but to also look at our family islands. We just recently came back from Abaco and, of course, in Eleuthera. And just next week, we'll be going to give away homes in Dignity Gardens as well as in Renaissance. And so the idea is to ensure that every Bahamian, and when you look at the recipients of these homes, we're talking about single mothers, we're talking about couples who are challenged, we're talking about officers on the defense force, the police force, we're talking about teachers, immigration officers. Everyone across the board has an opportunity to get a house. And not just a house, we also expanded it to our rent-to-own initiative, which means that for the average Bahamian who may be indebted or who will be making minimum wage, they too can get a home. And we've also rolled out that program as well. So I'm very excited with the budget. I'm very excited with what we're doing.
I know a lot of people are very excited about that rent-a-home program.
Yes.
Can you remind us, for persons who are interested in the rent-a-home program being offered, what are the requirements? How can people avail themselves of that? And what should they be looking out for from your contribution to further assist them in their home ownership journey and aspirations?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, the Minister of Finance has allocated a significant sum of money into that program. And that will be disclosed very shortly in the budget. What we are asking Bahamians to do is to come in and sit with us. Let us put you on the trajectory for home ownership. And what we can do is, even if you may not necessarily qualify a mortgage, it does not necessarily mean that we're going to put you out the pasture. We're going to put you into our rent-to-own program. And what that means is that if you don't have the full down payment, or if you cannot qualify for a mortgage, we are still going to look at your circumstance and put you in a house. And we have done it here in New Providence. We've done it in Abaco, and you're going to see it amplified following this budget period.
I know that theme of expansion island by island has been one of the key takeaways from today's contribution. In the family islands, do we see the level of demand that we see in sort of, maybe the more populated islands?
Yes, we're saying the demand is very significant, and particularly, don't forget now, in our family islands where we have had significant investments going on. In addition to that, a number of persons have converted their homes into Airbnbs.
Okay.
And so the demand is very high. You're going to see us concentrating particularly on Abaco and Grand Bahama, particularly in an area called Garden Villas. It is commonly known as the ghetto in Grand Bahama. We're going in there and we're going to completely reform that area.
Wow.
And that is coming up in this budget. I'm working very closely with the Minister of Grand Bahama, Minister Ginger Moxie, and the team. We're very excited about it. We're getting our approvals. We're getting all the everything in place. And once we get that, we're going to hit the ground running. You're going to see that.
I like when you talk about Grand Bahama because that's home. So I have to make sure Grand Bahama straight because they will revoke my card.
Well, we're going to be building homes in an area called West End, We have a West End subdivision. We're going to be looking at Wellington Pinder subdivision. We're looking at an area called Heritage.
Yes.
And as I mentioned, Garden Villas. So look out for us.
All right, Grand Bahamians, you heard the minister say it. Don't say I didn't secure
The opportunities
some
are here.
situations for us, okay?
Yes.
Well, thank you, Minister, for being here. I know, again, I'm looking forward to hearing your contribution. I'm excited about, the affordable home opportunities that are going to be made available to
Yes.
Bahamians across the country, island
Absolutely.
by island.
And I'm thinking, and let me just say again, congratulations. I want to commend the Prime Minister, the team down there at Ministry of Finance. This budget is very, all Bahamians can be very proud of it. And secondly, in my budget presentation that's coming up, I may just go back to Bradley Roberts' garbage can. So prepare for fireworks.
Oh, gee. Ladies and gentlemen, Keith Bell. What can you say? This is a fiery minister, and we always enjoy having him on the show.
It's always
Thank
a pleasure
you so
to see
much.
you. Pleasure's all
Absolutely.
mine. And take
Stay
care.
with us. We have even more show, more interviews, and more live coverage to take. We have our roving correspondent, April Sands, on the ground. April, tell us what's going on in your neck of the woods.
Yeah, so Rabina, of course, we are speaking to the ministers firsthand just to find out what those key highlights were in the budget today. And one of the ministers that are here with us today is the Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Jomo Campbell. Of course, there were some key highlights pointed out in this communication specifically towards agriculture, including that 200% increase in support. What does that say about this budget? And what does that say about this administration's focus?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say on behalf of the ministry that we're extremely grateful. And it just goes to show that this administration is serious about food security. We've had a tagline of trying to decrease our food import bill by 25 by the year 2025. But CARICOM in its wisdom saw that it required a bit more time, and that has been extended to 2030. And this boost is just what we need. I'd like to say a heartfelt thank you to all of the staff that falls under the umbrella of the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources. They do a yeoman's task in getting us to where we are today. And we are excited to be able to show the public that we are definitely serious about making agriculture Bahamian culture.
Now, can you share with us, of course, for even those who may have missed it and are tuning in now, what were some of the other highlights with the agricultural point of reference in that communication?
Well, the Prime Minister expressed the increase of moving our budget from $25 to $35 million. He also touched on the hydroponic MOU that we just signed this week with STL Limited, a 100% Bahamian-owned company that will be bringing hydroponics to 5 islands, 5 of the major islands throughout this archipelago of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And with that, we're going to be producing our own locally grown produce at the highest standards already approved by BASFA. It's just amazing because we want to encourage the younger generation into agriculture, and what better way to do it by showing them the modern techniques available. We're also exploring aeroponics, but that's something that will be coming in the very near future. We want to save that surprise, but with this increase, we're also going to be able to touch our farmers who still do the traditional methods of farming in the family islands, because we don't want them to be left behind. Agriculture is an aging industry with an average age of 65 years, and we want to ensure that we cover every base, and this increase is definitely going to assist us in achieving that.
That has been extremely clear, this entire communications, that you all are not leaving out anyone, from the little man to even the big one. But I do want to say, though, how has it been, formulating this? Why was this so important to create something that was really what we're deeming to be people first? Why was that the premise of this communication?
Well, it's the people that put us here. And in order to stay, you have to ensure that you do your best by them. The bottom line is you have to actually love people. And in our ministry, we love our farmers, we love our fishers, we love everyone that comes under our umbrella. And generally, and by larger and a larger extent, this administration loves the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And so what we want to do is we want to show them that it's not just Nassau-centric. As you would have heard the Prime Minister say, we have expanded our national layer program. We were in Exuma. Our team just recently came out of Auckland. We're headed to Andros. We already sent half of our 3,000 birds to Andros. The other half are on the way to the BAMSI facility. We have our 10,000 layers on hand. And, we did everything that we could during the time when we endured the crisis of high price of eggs. And as PM said, we've now regulated at the best rates possible in this region at under $4.
What do you expect local farmers to say and respond to this budget and some of the things you highlighted?
Well, we expect them to share in our excitement, and we would hope that they hold us to our commitments. We have a mission statement in the ministry which says that we believe, but in order for our belief to take fruit, to actually bear literal fruit, we have to get the involvement of all of the persons in the industry, farmers, the fishermen, even the general population, just for their comments to show us what we can do better, what can we improve on. And, that's what we're all about. So we welcome their efforts, we welcome their contributions, and we look forward to working with them to building a stronger, more agriculturally resilient Bahamas.
That's what this communication has taught me so far. It's an acknowledgement to hearing all Bahamians, and that's exactly what, of course, the Minister of Agriculture is saying. Listen, I'm going to throw it back to you, Arabina.
A Closer Look presents live from Rawson Square. We have been covering the budget 2025 all day today. You've heard some amazing insights from ministers, from business people, from entities, geared at assisting entrepreneurs and the creative community. So much great information coming out of the Prime Minister's contribution. And I know for a fact that many Bahamians are going to be very excited to take advantage of those opportunities as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back very soon with more live coverage here in Rawson Square.
Some years ago, I benefited from an entrepreneurship grant with small business development.
I've benefited from a government opportunity. I had a contract, 1 or 2 contracts,
Actually, a lot of Bahamian students actually benefit from a grant, especially within UV. I would have had a point myself.
Most definitely, I feel that the government should contribute more to the entrepreneurship department, the small business development.
I think we need more funding in areas, especially with now, content creation is such a great factor.
If they really come through on monetization for social media, I think a lot of Bahamians' lives would be changed.
For more information on the budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
I understand that the budget is in place so we can know where money would be allocated to assist different departments within the Bahamas.
Well, the budget is to allocate funds for the different department heads. That's what the budget is about.
Yeah, I know what the budget is. The budget is just for the government to continue to run the country.
For more information on the budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
For this year's budget, I would absolutely say focus is needed on healthcare, particularly in the Family Islands.
I think that healthcare would be the main issue that the government should address within this budget, because especially simple as going into PMH, there are a lot of things with the naked eye that you can't see that needs upgrading.
The number one issue I'd like to see them address in the budget this year is the cost of living.
Definitely wages for Bahamians from all walks of life.
Definitely social service. Are we going to neglect the homeless individuals, or are we going to have a budget for the homeless, those that don't have homes, those type of cases?
One of the things will be definitely trying to get the younger entrepreneurs that are involved in the tourism industry, saying that tourism is their number one business, more involved, whereas they're seeing the benefits of the increase in tourist arrivals to the country.
For more information on the budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
Everybody want to be rich, but no one want to gain a master's degree from the Reds Father than just School of Economics. That's me, Ice Reds. Now some of you at home right now saying, him? I remember him from grade 7, Big Brother can't even count. Firstly, I changed. I wear socks now. Therefore, I want you to hear me out as to why I think you need to understand the budget. You ever know what happened to your money? What is the budget? In one sentence, that's all the money that the government have to spend and what they spend it on. But I see you in the dark, round with the lawyers, and they dropping these big words on you. That's because they trying to confuse you. To understand the budget, you really only need to understand 3 things. How much money we have, or we think we have, what you want to spend the money on, and what's the most important thing to spend the money on. Revenue is whatever money the government make. So like hotel taxes, the VAT that you pay on the noodles, the customs you're supposed to pay on your jockey, but you lie on the wife and say, these jockeys ain't new, These my old jockey, and the custom officer know you lying, but the line long, and he ain't trying to row with no big man over no jockey. All of that is revenue. Revenue is important because you have to have money to spend money. Doctors, police, teacher, roadman, the government got to pay all of them, but that's just the labor. All those people need tools and supplies, and the buildings that they in need to get repaired or expire, but money got to spend, and that's expenditure. But it's the thing, it's only so much revenue and everybody got ideas. See, some things can make us more money, while some things can save us money. And then some things you just have to do because it's the right thing to do. We got to figure out what the priority is. See, now you want to see a pitch. All right, so let me give you an example. Like in my house, right? I can either buy the expensive Santa candles, but then I don't have enough money to pay BPL. So now I need more candles because my power off. Or I buy some cheap candles, put something on the light bill. Now I don't need to use the candles because why? My light ain't off. That's basically it. I mean, also there's like deficit and debt. So like, if you needed to spend more money than you just make, that's a deficit because you deficient. But you need things. You never short like 50 cents in the food store and ask the person behind you for quarter. You got a deficit. And then you had to borrow them 2 quarters and now you owe that person. So you was in debt, but you had to do it for the groceries. Sometimes the government is do that too. But unlike you who never paid that man back his 50 cents, the government is have to pay the money back with you. And that's everything you need to know to understand the budget. But you don't remember nothing else. Just remember, stop lying about your jockey, babe. Pay the tax on your jockey, big bro.
A lot of kids are not basically educationally inclined, academically inclined, I should say. So we want to get more programs where they can use whatever skills and talents they have to become more fruitful citizens and have an impact on not only their peers, but the future of this country.
We could put more focus on NHI rather than having just regular visits, maybe more in-depth visits dealing with specialty areas with the NHI. So if you have cancer, maybe you could get more funding for cancer, the major issues.
More focus should be placed on the family islands that don't have as much resources, doctors, nurses. I think that focus should be placed on placing doctors and nurses there, and also even building structures that can, essentially better the healthcare system on the family islands.
For more information on the Budget 2025, follow A Closer Look on our social media platforms.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to A Closer Look Presents live coverage of Budget 2025 here in Rawson Square. We are nearing the end of our broadcast, but I know, again, these conversations are continuing. We spoke to Minister Keith Bell in Housing, who hinted at a number of initiatives which he will reveal in more detail during his upcoming contribution. Some of the things that have already been happening, he spoke to the 12,000 applications for housing, affordable housing that they've received. And so that's definitely an indicator of how much Bahamians really want to own a piece of the rock, right? Specifically, young Bahamians, young families, single mothers, those are some of the things he spoke to. We also heard from the Agriculture Minister in your segment as well.
The Minister, Jomo Campbell, spoke to those key highlights, that 200% increase in support, which is such a huge sort of effort for them. And he spoke to how farmers, those local farmers, are going to be more than thrilled about that. Food distribution, having those tax breaks and being able to touch on that. I thought that was really significant for farmers. And then having and expounding on more opportunity for young and upcoming farmers. That was another area in the budget that they would have communicated on. And so these are, as everyone sort of spoke to, areas where they're not just thinking about the big man, they're thinking about the little man, they're thinking about everyone. They're trying not to miss out on certain people. And so I think that is still the highlight of this particular budget communication.
Absolutely. I know as we continue to, await the other contributions, ministers are going to be really eager to share the specific plans for their specific ministries, outlining the initiatives, detailing how people can take advantage. And I'm really interested to hear about the education expansion opportunities, because education is really the heart of everything that we need to do if we are going to position ourselves, as a leader on the world stage. And I think we already have instances where that is happening. But what it seems like is that this budget communication is sort of setting us up even more for that, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I know we touched on a little bit earlier that National School Breakfast Program. And, it might not be an academic forward program, but it is in a sense, right? It's that groundwork for a student to come into the classroom feeling nourished, feeling like there's a start to the day that matters. And of course, even I preached about it as well. The parents of that, what they get to benefit from that program, waking up in the morning knowing you have 3 kids already to get dressed, get yourself ready, but then being able to say there's one thing off your checklist, which is to make breakfast. And so those type of programs, I kind of like the way the government has been thinking about things, from how we can be sort of that people first, driven, not focusing more so on the background work, but the foreground. What can we do that will really matter, where people can really touch it? So yeah, that's another area of that education area that I know that they said they're going to expand on now, but of course has been going on for a while.
For sure. I like I said, education is a key part of what I know the government's focus is. I'm also really excited about the investments that we have in the pipeline. We mentioned earlier in our broadcast the deal with the Grand Lucayan, so it's going to be exciting as those details come out even more. There's already the Celebration Key project that's in Freeport. Being there recently, was proof, because you really see the amount of people who are taking advantage of that Celebration Key. I know persons who had moved away and have since moved back. And so, to one of our guests' point earlier in the day, there is a bit of an explosion of activity. And I'm hoping that other islands, residents on other islands, in the Abacos, in Exuma, in Eleuthera, also start to feel that, and they end up with a similar explosion of activity that helps generate more business, generate more creative ideas, and I specifically earlier in the show spoke to Mr. Dwight Gibson from the TDC, and he was talking about some of the creative opportunities in the tourism sector. Obviously, everyone knows tourism to be our #1 industry for the most part, and so it's really interesting to hear how people are reimagining what the tourism product looks like. He definitely mentioned a shift toward a shift away from sort of the traditional and to more experiential opportunities. So that's going to be interesting to see. There's funding available for things like that. So if you have a creative tourism idea, this is now the time as well, through the SBDC, through the TDC, and through the Bahamas Development Bank and other agencies, to really put your idea forward. He said, one of the things he said in closing his segment was that you shouldn't be afraid. Right? He said, do not be afraid of the opportunities. Don't think your idea is too small. No idea is too small.
I love that.
Right? It might be the thing that really propels you and your creative process forward. So I think that is also a key takeaway for Bahamians. Don't be afraid. Be ready to take advantage of whatever opportunities come up over the next few weeks and months, for sure.
I'm really encouraged by this particular budget focusing on young people, the way you would have said that as well. And you know what, I want to go back to that redevelopment of Grand Lucayan. That is going to be such a turning point for Freeport. As you mentioned, persons are talking about now coming back to Freeport already. Think about how significant that is. And you know what, that particular that investment is going to be really a domino effect for taxi drivers, for tour drivers, for the airport.
Vendors, yeah.
Yes, exactly, for the discussion of the airport. And I think I saw something somewhere also on the hospital building. Once you start moving that economy, it's kind of it's just no limits as to where we can also the areas we can start to begin to focus on as well.
Absolutely. And again, this is island by island. So we're not just talking Nassau, we're not just talking Grand Bahama, we're talking Abaco, we're talking Exuma, we're talking Eleuthera. I think it's going to be really important to see all of those things happen. And I'm very excited to watch it all unfold. I do believe that in a few seconds we're going to kick it to Mr. Mikel Barnaby, who is going to give the official response of the government to the Prime Minister's contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few minutes you will hear and see Mikel Barnaby, who will give the official response, as I said, to the Prime Minister's contribution.
Good afternoon. Today the opposition had their say, and while they had every opportunity to offer substance, they chose instead to offer slogans. They had every chance to speak to the Bahamian people with clarity, and instead they relied on noise. They accused, they dismissed, they spun. But what they failed to do was what this government has done consistently: speak honestly, take responsibility, and most importantly, deliver. This budget is not about theatrics. It's not about scoring political points. It's about giving Bahamians a clear sense of direction and the confidence that their government is serious, focused, and on their side. The opposition says we aren't doing enough, but let me remind them and the country what we have done. This government has delivered the first budget surplus in the nation's history, not by cutting services, but by investing wisely and governing with care. We've lowered VAT on essential medicine, hygiene products, baby supplies, because we know what people are carrying. We've doubled funding for school meals. We've raised wages for public servants. We've launched funding to help farmers. We've invested in clinics, water systems, roads, and aviation. We've put real money behind real things that matter. And we've done all of that while restoring confidence both at home and abroad, that the Bahamas is being governed responsibly. That's not noise, that's delivery. Now the opposition says Bahamians aren't feeling it, but here's what Bahamians are feeling. They're feeling the price of bread is a little bit lower. They're feeling more of their roads are being paved. They're seeing clinics finally being opened. They're seeing school breakfast programs in every constituency. They're seeing the government show up and follow through. No, not every challenge has been solved, and we would never claim that it has. But what this budget says, what this government has proven, is that when you govern seriously, when you govern carefully, and when you put people first, progress happens. The opposition had the chance to present an alternative. They didn't. They had a chance to support the things Bahamians are asking for. They didn't. They had a chance to be serious. They weren't. So this afternoon, we return to the facts. This budget provides relief. It expands opportunity. It invests in our people. It governs for the present and plans for the future. And here's the deeper truth, my fellow Bahamians. The real problem for the opposition isn't the budget. The real problem is what's good for the Bahamas is bad for the F&M. Every time the economy improves, every time we lower taxes, every time we open a clinic or repair a road or create a new job, their chances of winning the next election slips a little bit further away. Because progress for the Bahamian people leaves them with nothing to run on. They've built their entire playbook on the idea that nothing will change, that the government won't deliver, that people will hope. But the problem is, we are delivering. And Bahamians haven't given up hope because they see things are moving in the right direction. So the F&M does what it always does when it comes to good news. They try to talk it down. When the country moves forward, they try to drag it back. When a government governs with discipline, they call it a failure because it wasn't theirs. They don't just oppose our policies, they oppose our success. And that's why they don't speak for the Bahamian people, because they are too busy campaigning against their very own country. But here's what the government knows. Progress isn't partisan. Relief is not red or gold. When we invest in public services, that helps everyone. When we lower the cost of living, that helps every family. When we raise public servant pay or fund school meals or expand clinics, that helps the whole country. So while the opposition gets louder, we will get clearer. While they try to distract, we will remain focused, because this budget is not about scoring political points. It's about moving the Bahamas forward, one decision at a time. We don't pretend to be perfect. No serious government ever should. We know there are still challenges. We know some families are still struggling, some communities still waiting. And we know that. Real recovery takes time, care, and commitment. But let's be honest about one thing. This country is in a far better place today than when the F&M left it. When we took office, the deficit was out of control, confidence was falling, and services were breaking down. Roads were crumbling, clinics were unfinished, salaries frozen, no vision, no plan, no delivery. We came in during a crisis, but we didn't use it as an excuse. We used it as a reason to get serious and get to work. And now we've produced a budget surplus. We've restored credibility. We've improved access to health care, invested in Family Island infrastructure, expanded education support, and brought real relief to everyday Bahamians. This isn't just a different government, it's a different standard. And the contrast is clear. So no, we don't claim perfection, but what we do claim is progress. And now we're proud to stand on it. And to those who are listening across the Bahamas, I say this: you may hear the noise, you may look around you, the progress is happening, the investment is real, the leadership is steady. And this budget, your budget, is built on one goal in mind: to make life more affordable, more secure, and more fair for every single Bahamian. Thank you all, and God bless the Bahamas.
Ladies and gentlemen, you just heard the official response from Mikhail Barnaby. He is speaking to the work behind the scenes of this administration in getting us to this point, the work that it has taken to secure the country's fiscal future, rather, and the work that will continue as we work to implement all of the initiatives that the Prime Minister has unveiled today as part of his contribution. We are coming toward the end of our broadcast, and I'm joined on set by my co-host, April Sands, and we are joined together with the Director of Communications for the Office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Latreille Ramming. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, Latreille, we have been hearing a lot of, good feedback from residents, from ministers who, seem to be very excited about this particular budget. You're calling it a people's budget. I've referred to it a few times as a momentum budget because it is really an expansion of the work that has been going on. From your perspective, what can Bahamians expect from the future contributions of ministers as we continue debate, as we work to make sure that, we hear the details and the things that are really going to impact Bahamians at the ground level?
I think what we can, I think the Prime Minister today laid out the vision for the country. Obviously, over the course of the next several months, his ministers will do a deeper dive into their portfolios and what to expect and in the broad sense of scheme for the government investment. As you are aware, this budget focused heavily on investment in agriculture, education, businesses, and so it really lays a framework. It lays a framework for more inclusive Bahamas. It was important for the Prime Minister to say to the country that we will not govern by a Nassau-centric approach. This is a budget that speaks to the development of the Bahamas as a whole. But I think it's important to say that we didn't come here overnight. I mean, it took a long progress to get to surplus budget. It took government making some really tough but necessary decisions, and tough in a way that it didn't result on putting any taxes on the Bahamian people. I think that's an important thing to note, that this economic recovery was sound, it was disciplined. It goes against the argument of misspending that the opposition like to levy against the government. But like you indicated before, it was developed with the people of the Bahamas in mind.
And I like that you brought it back to the theme, the island by island theme, because in speaking to some of the ministers, they've hinted at the plans that they have to make sure that, like you said, it's not a Nassau-centric or Nassau-focused budget. It really is about providing opportunities. Are there any things, that you are looking forward to specifically in terms of implementation that the Prime Minister unveiled today?
I think that one of the biggest things I think that I think is a real staple of this budget is the upskill investment, which is a special fund aimed at retooling and reskilling Bahamians, particularly showing that education doesn't end at the high school, that long-term learning. And one of the things that the government is focused on is how do we equip and train Bahamians even beyond high school, giving them the skills to survive in today's economy. So I think it's important that the public understand that this is a government that's going to invest in their skills, that we will meet them halfway, whether it's vocational, whether it's AI, whether their participation in the technological advancement, they have a government that is prepared to invest in them.
April?
Yeah, I think that's really important. I would have mentioned to all of the ministers we spoke to today, this is clearly a people first communication. I'm interested in kind of knowing why that was so important. Even in the theme, I thought was such a bold declaration of we're going to touch everyone. I'd love to know what was really the premise of that for you all.
I think we can accept that in the Bahamas, there's a view that opportunities are restricted, that opportunity is only is given to the political class, and we wanted to tackle that notion head on. That the Bahamas is a country where if you put your best foot forward, you'll succeed. That the philosophy of the PLP is that there will be a ladder for those even at the bottom, and so this view that our economic development is so Nassau-centric, it doesn't really take into account to the other family islands. So I think this, like you described it, this is a bold effort and a brave effort by the administration really to take hold of that narrative and demonstrate through delivery of its policies and programs that this can be a government that touches all people.
Absolutely.
Well, Latreille, I want to thank you so much for
stopping by and helping us wrap up our broadcast.
April, it's been such a pleasure hosting with you today.
Yes, you
Ladies
too.
and gentlemen, I hope you have enjoyed our broadcast. I hope that you have learned something. I hope that you have heard exactly what you need to do or something that has sparked your creativity, something that has sparked something within you that says, I am ready to take the leap. I am ready to take that bold step because I know I have the support of the government. So we want to thank you so much for being with us today. We are live here in Rawson Square. It has been Budget 2025 from Rawson Square. We thank you so much for tuning in, and we wait for the official budget episode airing later in the week. So we want you to stay tuned for that as well. Thank you so much for being here with us. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.